Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? Hello, Shouter. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Toaster. Hello, Moomin-kun. He muted up. He hates us. We hear you? Alright, excellent. Thanks, Sumo Knight. Who's testing? It's a me, ya boy. Oh, by the way, so I think we've all seen the stuff about YouTube ad block over the past week. If you have an ad block and you have it turned on, don't feel like you need to turn it off or anything, because from what I've seen, the fact that YouTube doesn't count ad block views, or well, according to them, they don't count ad block views, that doesn't actually affect the revenue for a VOD or a video. So it doesn't really, since I don't have any sponsors, I don't think it has any sort of effect on my channel besides maybe being a bit of a bruise to the ego, perhaps. But I mean, that's never really mattered anyways. So don't feel like you need to turn off your ad block or anything just for the sake of, you know, number monkeying. Hello, Roar Forward. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Speed On. I'm using Brave, I have no regrets. And I don't think you should. Sorry, YouTube, but I ain't gonna disable my ad blocker. There is a part of me that does wonder, because it is a plausible explanation for why it seems like every channel's views have kind of, well, almost every channel's views have taken something of a hit over the past month. But I don't think it's that big of a deal, I suppose. Or maybe if you were sponsored before and you were relying on your numbers in order to keep those sponsors or keep them happy or charge your rates, etc. But in general, I don't think it's that bad. And I do wonder if that explanation by YouTube is real, or if it's just them trying to sort of, you know, here comes the aeroplane turning ad block off for their users. I've heard you don't even need to have it on for them not to count it. Ah. Well, I mean, again, it's hard to tell because YouTube does not exactly have a great history when it comes to communicating or, you know, transparently, clearly what's going on with their platform. The way that they communicate with their creators is, in general, not great. So, there's a change easy list made, but there's a reason YouTube is in no hurry to work around it. Yeah, I can assume that anything that makes the experience of adblock users worse on YouTube is something that they would not be in a hurry to fix. Heard it was a specific thing added to the adblock list? Yeah. I mean, it's possible, it's possible. Of the explanations, those are believable. So, Bethesda's official company account. Yeah, so in this Epic Games CEO defended them, pack it up, Chef PR is dead. So, I thought for a long time about the main thing that I wanted to talk about on the stream, because one of the things that I have said for a while, have been saying for a while, is if you want, behavior does not change without the creation of incentives, stigmas, etc. And if you want to create a stigma around something, you have to call out a specific behavior, a specific practice, and instances of either. There is a reason why for all of the streams where we have talked about mishandling of, for example, corporate malpractice, mishandling of talent relations between management, when we talk about things like just making PR blunders in general, deceiving your audience, etc., etc. There is a reason why all of those have been accompanied with case studies and examples. Because while it is possible to talk about those things with only hypotheticals, it lacks any sort of bite when it comes to creating any sort of lasting stigma or any sort of lasting disincentivizing force if you don't use concrete examples pulled from real life, and if you don't stigmatize bad actors or examples of the behavior that you would like to discourage. And the thing about this is, I saw quite a lot of people when I announced the stream be worried that this is going to be some sort of like, this is going to be some sort of like hyper partisan thing, right? But the whole point of why I'm talking about this, and why in particular the act of celebrating essentially a political assassination of a private citizen, not a politician, not a lawmaker, just a private citizen. The reason why that is bad transcends partisan politics, because it is, and this is something we'll get into in more detail in a bit, that breaks a fundamental rule, code, that we abide by in order to exist in a democratic society, democratic, peaceful society. And for that reason, whenever that taboo is broken, you don't only risk alienating people who hold different views from yourself. You risk alienating even those who hold the same or similar views, but who still believe in that underlying social contract, obligation, etc. So, yeah. It's hard because some people are going overboard, but the majority of the reaction is well justified. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I can understand that, right? Because it is, and again, this is something I will go into more detail later, but one of the things about this that is sobering is, to anyone but the people who are celebrating his death, Kirk was not the stereotypical picture of someone who was any sort of, extremely on the right? The whole point about Kirk, the thing that he built his brand image on, was the fact that he was willing to talk to people who had different beliefs to himself. That in and of itself makes it so that he became synonymous with the desire to have conversations, even if you disagree when it comes to issues, perspectives, and things like that. He was the guy who talked. Speech was his thing. Rhetoric was his thing. Not action, not incitement, just talking and rhetoric. And his death is a very worrying event, symbolically speaking, for that very reason. Because he was not viewed as an extremist, and as a result, the amount of people who either identify with him outright, or who view him as a far more moderate version than themselves, now feel like there is a group of people in society with them who would kill them too, essentially. And that is a very sobering and frightening realization. And you can see that a lot of people, and I'm not just talking on one side of a political spectrum, a lot of people have been left reeling because of that realization. Because make no mistake, when you endorse silencing ideological opponents using violence, that is an extreme position. And that is a position that is, as we will talk about in a second, rightfully and strongly stigmatized in any democratic society. Honestly, I felt like Kirk just wanted to have a conversation with people on the other side of the political spectrum. Yeah. And that's the thing. What did he build his brand off of? And this is something we've talked about multiple times, right? When you have any sort of public figure, when they build a platform for themselves, when they build a brand for themselves on doing whatever it is they do, broadcasting whatever it is they broadcast, creating whatever content they make, they become symbols. They become semiotically infused with certain ideas. Kirk built his brand, or his brand was, at least in part, built on the whole idea of debating people, talking to people, even if, like I said before, they have different views, they have different ideas. Could he be abrasive? Sure. But he never went beyond just talking. And again, because of that, he became this symbol for wanting conversation. And when someone kills that symbol, not only do they turn him into a kind of martyr, but also on top of that, they signal to everybody else that whatever he represented is not going to be tolerated. And that's a scary thing when in a democracy, you have someone sending a very clear message that they do not tolerate speech. It doesn't matter what that speech is. It doesn't matter what that speech is saying. Because so long as it is just speech, the act of, well, essentially silencing someone via violence is always going to be a very extreme message. Master N, thank you for the 5. Also, in light of this, everyone who gave death threats to Corona over Hogwarts Legacy, I now believe they mean it when they say they want her dead. One of the things that has become very... how do I say this? One of the things that has become alarmingly obvious in light of this particular killing is this was an act of violence that had its roots in being terminally online. We'll talk about this more later on, but according to the FBI, the alleged killer engraved notices, bulges, oh, what's this, on one bullet casing. Oh, Bella Ciao, 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 on a second casing. Hey, fascist, catch, followed with a Helldiver reference on a third casing. And on the fourth casing, he wrote, if you're reading this, you're gay, Lamau. And it does make me wonder how many of the terminally online politisbergs are of similar ilk to that kind of extremism. Because again, while political violence is not new, it's existed for as long as human civilization has. Older, perhaps. Because as we'll get into in a second, politics is not just, voting. But this brand of extremism, this brand of political violence, is very much a creation of the internet. Sawa, thank you for the 10. IMO, when they murdered Kirk, they murdered free speech and debate. Free speech on campus is never going to be the same. Please pray for the Kirk family, everyone who saw Kirk murdered that day. Amen. Yeah. Again, if they were... The fact that Kirk was murdered for, very obviously, for political reasons, and they thought that it would be a good idea to murder the free speech guy, the mind boggles as to how exactly the calculations for that one went in the mind of the assassin. Because it seems like such a rhetorically backward move. Because something about politics that has always been the case is that it is essentially a battle of optics. Because you have, especially in a democratic society, you have usually two or more different parties, and they have to go at one another rhetorically in the hopes of winning over an audience, right? An audience of their peers, of the voting public, and each one tries to win the audience over to their side. And so politics has always had that element of performativity to it. You always have to act with an audience in mind. But one of the things about the internet is it has taken audiences, the concept of an audience in general, and really insulated it to an extreme degree. Because when you look at some of the things that have come out about the way that the killing was done, right? The fact that it was, on a college campus while he was mid-debate in front of hundreds of people in real life, millions of people online. When you look at the messages that were engraved on the bullets, if that is true, it is very obvious that this killing was a kind of performance. And how do I say this? The audience that the killer courted with that act of violence is never going to have as much tangible impact on the direction of society as the audience that will inevitably be alienated when they see someone, a fellow private citizen, killed in an act of political violence. Did anyone here ever watch? Okay, the Kimmel thing is. Actually, I'll save that for the end. Because I do see people talking about it, and I do agree that one of the second, third order effects of Kirk's assassination is that governments are going to try to use that as a pretext to crack down harder on things like internet anonymity and things like free speech. But with the Kimmel thing specifically, there is a particular rhetorical hurdle, let's say, that usually gets in the way of people trying to convey when they think it's a bad thing, right? If you want people to care about Kimmel losing his job, there is a certain combination of arguments that you don't want to do if you want people to care. Again, that's something I'm going to get to after the planned yapping portion of the stream. But, hold on, give me a second. Let me switch over to the slides. Alright, there we go. Master, thank you for the 5. The people who cheered when we played Drop Fillion are now crying about free speech because they're getting fired for calling for rights violations. Yeah, it is funny how that works. Alright, so, before we begin, a few disclaimers. Especially going to be, again, these are always things that are important to every stream, but for this one in particular, I want to put emphasis on this. Do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. Now, in preparation for this stream, there have been a few people who have gotten removed from the channel in order to reduce the amount of disruption that they may cause to the stream itself, or because they displayed behaviors that led me to believe they would not follow this rule. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and/or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and/or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and/or remains publicly available/traceable. The other thing I want to emphasize, every single account that I end up showing over the course of this stream is a public account that is owned by a public figure. I don't mean that they are connected with a public figure. I mean that they are owned by a public figure. They present themselves as a public figure, and they have done so for quite a while. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. Finally, fifth, I'll be narrating everything on screen. So if there's something that's a bit small, or if there's something that's covered up by my Fugi or whatever, don't worry, I'll probably end up reading it out loud anyways. But in case you'd like to read it on your own, in your own time, I'll also be uploading all of these slides to my personal Patreon, link in description. Sign up as a free member, you don't even need to pay any money, you get access to the slides for this stream, as well as all of my previous streams and all of my future ones as well. I'm a bad gamer, thank you for the 10 euros. It doesn't matter what the shooter's actual motives was, in the end it was one-sided cheered and begged for more violence. Them treating getting fired as if it's worse than being murdered is crazy. That ties into the thing that I was referencing before about some of the rhetorical hurdles to getting people to care. Master N, thank you for being a Footstool for 2 months. Are you going to talk about the... Yes, I am, but that's going to be for later. Alright, so... to give you guys a bit of context as to why this situation is even something that I felt like talking about, something that... how do I say? Something that caught my attention in the first place. I want to start off with a little bit of a comparison, a bit of a case study of something similar that happened, not in America, but close to where I am, in Australia. And it starts with a YouTuber that I've referenced multiple times on stream before, a man by the name of Friendly Geordies. Now, Friendly Geordies is essentially a political commentator slash YouTuber that has been making content about Australian politics and politics in general for pretty much a decade. Probably more than a decade at this point. And he built, well, right now you can see he has over a million subscribers on YouTube. And he built that entire following off of the backs of doing a combination of skits and political commentary. And he is, when it comes to our country, a very prominent political content creator. Now, throughout the year of 2020, roughly about 5 years ago, Friendly Geordies' channel went through a little bit of an incline. He had a sudden boost to his numbers, to his reputation, to his notoriety among all spheres of Australian media. Not just social media, but legacy media as well. And during this time, he was able to leverage this reach, this influence, this viewership in order to start brushing shoulders with actual politicians in Australia. Now, very similar to a lot of other countries, Australian politics runs off of a two-party system. You have the Liberal Party, which is basically our right-wing party, and you have the Labour Party, which is our left-wing party, pretty much. And during this time, the Liberal Party had been in power for about 7 years. They would stay in power for 2 more. And in Australia, the party that is not currently in power between the two is referred to as the opposition. And Geordie was a man who was looking to signal boost the party that was currently, as of 2020, the opposition, which at this point in time was Labour. And so he managed to secure a whole bunch of interviews, a whole bunch of sessions to talk in front of a camera with a whole bunch of politicians, get a feel for what it is they stand for, get a feel for what their policies might be, what exactly they want to do if they were to get into power. And again, this was a major boost for his channel because this was basically a legitimizing stamp. Yes, he didn't need the legacy media, but it did behoove him to be seen actually talking to the politicians that people are going to be voting for if they are his viewers. And it wasn't just members of parliament, right? It wasn't just leaders of the opposition on a state level. He also got to talk to some pretty major political figures from throughout Australia's history, like, for example, Kevin Rudd, our 26th Prime Minister. He led the Australian Labor Party between 2006-2010. He was Prime Minister for a whole 3 years between 2007 to 2010. He was also Prime Minister for a few months in 2013, but that's because we had a little bit of a fucky election cycle then. But this is a pretty major deal when it comes to a political commentator getting to speak with a politician of great import in a country, relatively speaking. And he also managed to secure an interview with a politician by the name of Bill Shorten, who was as of the previous year, the leader of the Labour Party on a federal level. So in other words, basically he got to talk to his wish list of politicians as a political commentator from the party that he was backing between the big two. And as a result of this, like I mentioned before, this was a turning point for his channel in the sense that he was now a major influence, relatively speaking, on how Australian media dealt with politics. He was beginning to shape the minds of the younger generations. His audience, his online audience of Australians especially, were a demographic that the parties at the time were struggling to reach through mainstream media. And as a result, well, mainstream media viewed him as a little bit of a threat, and Geordies responded in kind. Throughout the entirety of his channel, he has several videos dedicated to shitting all over Australian legacy media. Boycott the mainstream media. The media is lying to you. You are wrong about the ABC. That's how Australian media works. Here's how the Australian media plays you. The real reason Australia sucks. Mainstream media. Why Sky News sucks. The Project. A journalistic farce. The Australian media. Right? Basically, all of these videos just shitting all over them, having a go at them, poking fun at them, and essentially pointing out how they are basically just propaganda machines. And he was right. However, as you can probably predict, legacy media did not like this. Legacy journalists did not like this. And so they started, especially over the course of 2020, 2021, churning out articles that attempted to sort of paint Geordies as this a little bit of a problem creator, let's say. For example, Dingo News, MP Nicole Flint slams political satirist Friendly Geordies as sexist by David Penberthy. The Sydney Morning Herald, how to solve a problem like Friendly Geordies. Politicians debate New Age commentator. How do you solve a problem like Friendly Geordies? It was the question on the lips of national MPs last week when the YouTube political commentator dropped his latest video set inside the holiday home of Deputy Premier and Party Leader John Barilauer. Now, for context, a Premier in Australia is basically the top politician in charge of running a state in our country. And Deputy Premier, as the name implies, is the second in charge. So then goes on to state, Friendly Geordies, real name Jordan Shanks, has been a YouTube personality for almost 10 years, often described as a Labour-aligned comedian, interviewing Christina Keneally, Tanya Plibersek, former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, among many others. These were basically all of the politicians from the Labour Party that I talked about just then, that he managed to secure an interview with on camera. This year, he has interviewed New South Wales opposition leader Jody McKay and Port Stephens MP Kate Washington. Shanks 31 is known for his sardonic style and pushing the bounds of good taste. He is tacitly endorsed by the Labour Party, which considers his videos a way to reach Gen Y voters. But questions have been raised about his tactics after recent stunts, as well as comments about allegations of sexual harassment against former New South Wales opposition leader Luke Foley. Police are also investigating a complaint against Shanks. One Labour campaign strategist who asked not to be named said Shanks' nasty style was starting to cause concern inside the party in New South Wales. The stuff he has done with John Barilauer is racist, the person said. My recommendation to people is to stay away. Then this article by Crikey, Friendly Geordies. Yeah, we actually have a news publication called Crikey. Friendly Jordies is the Pauline Hanson of social media. He's definitely no martyr. Now, again, a little bit of Australian politics garbledygook. Pauline Hanson is basically the leader of One Nation, which is a right-wing party that stands apart from the mainstream right-wing party, which is the Liberals. So, just like the One Nation leader, Jordan Shanks Markinova exploits the disaffected for power and money, but he adds hypocrisy to that toxic mix. Arresting Christo Langa, basically at this point what had happened was, this is an article that was written about how his producer had been arrested by one of the politicians that he was accusing of corruption. Politician that I brought up earlier, Deputy Premier John Barilaro. It also risks making a martyr of the internet's most egregious egos, YouTuber Friendly Jordies, aka Jordan Persecution Complex Shanks Markinova, was already soaking up victimhood status after New South Wales Deputy Premier John Barilaro started suing him for defamation. Joey K, thank you for being a Footstool for 4 months. Good day to you too. So, all of this was to say that at this point in time, because of his growth and because of his newfound notoriety, people could see that he was starting to gain momentum. He was starting to reach people, especially demographics on the younger side, that politicians, mainstream media for a while, were absolutely struggling to penetrate. And as a result, what ends up happening is you have the stage set for this constant dynamic of back and forth, sniping here and there, and neither of the two sides, legacy media on one and Jordan on the other, really liked one another. That's a bit of an understatement. They were, if you could, they were, more accurate way of describing it, political enemies. Right? They were on opposite sides, well, perhaps not opposite sides of the political spectrum, but they were certainly not friends when it came to the rhetoric, their style, and more importantly, their dominance over how the audience perceived politics. However, something would end up changing in the way that Jordies would end up approaching his content. Starting on September 14th, 2020, when he would release a video called Bras. Currently, this video sits at 1.5 million views, and it is an entire expose on one member of Australian state New South Wales's Deputy Premier. Like I mentioned before, John Barilaro, person who was second in charge of running the state as a politician. And this video basically carried allegations that Barilaro had engaged in corrupt practices, that he had lied in Parliament, and essentially that he was an all-round very sleazy type of politician when it came to keeping promises that he made to the citizenry that elected him into his position. And as you can probably imagine, this did not go over very well with Barilaro, because Barilaro would end up suing Friendly Jordies later on for defamation. Now, here is a funny thing about Australian law, and this is something I've talked about on stream before, but basically to recap for those who weren't there in some of my previous streams. In Australia, we are a shit country for journalism. Like, I mean actual journalism, not BuzzFeed garbage or Vice sewage. Because of two things. One, we have a legal precedent in our country called the Voller defamation case, in which our High Court basically determined that a journalist and or news outlet could be held liable for comments that were posted under their social media posts. If you're curious, that is why whenever you try to look at an Australian channel, an Australian-owned channel, news network, on YouTube, they almost invariably have the comments turned off. The second thing is because, and this is what clamps down on our journalists' ability to actually try to hold politicians to account in terms of what they promise and whether they deceive their voter base. We have a little legal concept called parliamentary privilege. Now, to just go over the outcome of this case, right? How this defamation case between Barilaro and Shanks, this ended with Barilaro successfully making the case that he had been defamed because Geordies was not able to defend himself for a very specific reason we'll get into in a second. And in addition to having Geordies pay him $100,000 to cover legal costs, Barilaro also managed to receive $715,000 from Google because of the fact that they hosted a supposedly racist, abusive, and defamatory video. So, the article reads, tech giant and comedian Jordan Shanks may face contempt of court charges over videos published during trial. Google has been ordered to pay former New South Wales Deputy Premier John Barilaro more than $700,000 over a series of racist and abusive videos published on YouTube channel Friendly Geordies. On Monday, federal court justice Stephen Rares ruled that Barilaro had been left traumatized by a campaign of relentless cyberbullying by comedian Jordan Shanks, who uses the nom de plume Friendly Geordies. Rares noted that Google had failed to adhere to its own policies by doing nothing to prevent Mr. Shanks' hate speech, cyberbullying, and harassment of Barilaro. If you were wondering what that cyberbullying, hate speech, harassment, and racism consisted of, it was basically just Geordies doing a funny Italian accent when he was doing impressions of Barilaro in his video. However, the main reason as to why this defamation case ended the way that it did, with Geordies losing the defamation case, is one of the defenses that you can usually use in Australia in order to combat a defamation suit is the defense that what you were saying was done in good faith and or the truth. Except here is where we get into a problem. What Geordies claimed in his video was that Barilaro lied in Parliament. However, in Australia, like I mentioned before, like I referenced before, we have a little legal concept called parliamentary privilege, which dictates, quote, the freedom of speech and debates or proceedings in Parliament ought not to be impeached or questioned in any court or place outside of Parliament. Which means, if a journalist goes in to watch a parliamentary debate, for example, and a politician lies while Parliament is in session, if the journalist then leaves, writes an article or makes a video saying that the politician has a habit of lying in Parliament, and the politician then decides to sue them for defamation, they can't defend themselves on the basis of what they said being true. Because in order to prove that what they said was true, in order to prove that the politician did indeed lie in Parliament, you'd have to scrutinize what the politician said in Parliament. And that is forbidden because of parliamentary privilege. This concept essentially eliminates one of the key defenses that people like Geordies can use when it comes to scrutinizing what politicians do while Parliament is in session. Yeah, this could not possibly go wrong. Yeah, exactly. And so, because of this, Geordies ended up losing his defamation case. And that is an insane rule. Yeah. I can see, in theory, why this might have been implemented at first, right? Because you might not want politicians only saying things because of external pressure or whatever, right? You need the ability to talk freely in Parliament because, political discussion, all of that. You have to be able to debate freely, whatever. But at the same time, as many of you have already observed in chat, right? This is it can backfire horrifically when it comes to actually making sure your politicians aren't just lying through their teeth. How did this rule get passed? Simple. We didn't pass it. It was a law that was inherited, I believe, from the settlement days of Australia's history. I'm pretty sure this is imported straight from Britain. So, yeah. However, while this was all going on, and especially in the aftermath of Geordies losing this defamation case, All of the news outlets that he had previously shit on, that had journalists taking snipes at him, rushed to cover this story, right? And you could tell that there was a little bit of tittering behind the keyboard when it came to the fact that this thorn in their side, this upstart, this person who had previously called them a bunch of shills and propagandists and overall losers, was now losing a defamation case, right? For example, this article by the Sydney Morning Herald, John Barilaro reported friendly Geordies to police 6 months before producer's arrest. New South Wales Deputy Premier John Barilaro made a report to police last year that he was being harassed by content creator Jordan Shanks after a series of videos was published on YouTube, including 2 now at the center of a defamation case. One of those 2 being Bruz. In a statement made to the Fixated Persons Investigation Unit in April this year, seen by the Herald, Mr. Barilaro detailed meeting with 2 detectives in his office on December 2nd, 2020. The day after, Mr. Shanks posted a video on his Friendly Geordies channel titled, "I called John Barilaro, he answered." Now, you may be wondering, what is the Fixated Persons Investigation Unit? Well, that was an arm of the New South Wales police force that was created specifically with the intention of taking down terroristic threats in the country, in the state. I want you to keep that in mind, right? This guy had basically mobilized a counter-terrorism unit because a YouTuber was making videos about him. But remember that this department exists, because that will become very relevant later on. And then ABC publishing this article stating, Google failed to remove racist Friendly Geordies videos of John Barilaro despite knowing of personal vendetta, court told. Prince, thank you for the Arca Super. Thank you so much for your generosity. The good thing about supers is that you can make the tuber say whatever you want. For example, wow, Backseas, you've been behaving so well. Don't tell me that was don't tell me don't tell me what you're going to be doing with that audio. The milestone will get moved to earlier feet will happen at 9.5k. Hallelujah. I see what you're trying to pull. But I don't see Billy around, actually. Funny that you should mention feet. Funless, thank you for being a Footstool for 14 months. Free speech is not free, it needs to be fought for. Agreed. But yeah, no, thank you for the Arca Super. Thank you for your generosity. And when it comes to news publications with a vendetta against Geordies, there was one publication in particular that seemed to take a special delight in really trying to throw dirt over his name. And that was Crikey. Because in the aftermath of the Barilaro case, they really went ham on trying to smear Geordies as some sort of, again, this threat to civil society. Quote, Friendly Geordies Facebook group banned for breaking hate speech, nudity guidelines. Australian firebrand Friendly Geordies' massive fanbase has taken a hit after Facebook banned one of their most active groups. A Facebook group boasting more than 33,000 members, run by popular Australian YouTuber Friendly Geordies, has finally been banned for having a picture of Adolf Hitler. Friendly Geordies' videos have been watched more than 130 million times. Then you had 7 News reporting on his John Barilaro video, reporting on Bruz, and choosing to take a rather bizarre still out of the entire sequence, which is basically him in a bathrobe, sitting down at one of John Barilaro's estates, which the politician was actively renting out via Airbnb at the time. That was pretty funny. And the second article by Crikey, Friendly Geordies, how the Australian YouTuber makes money to pay for his upcoming legal battles. With a cunning media strategy and a willing audience, Jordan Shanks' legal funds is actually looking pretty healthy, which it'll need to be. And in case you were curious, by the way, that article about the Friendly Geordies Facebook group breaking hate speech laws, turns out that it wasn't because they were endorsing Hitler or acting like Nazis or whatever. No, it's because they were doing the classic thing of comparing John Barilaro to a historical dictator. The community was also a space for members to share news and memes about Australian politics, a common purpose for Facebook groups. Members had posted satirical images of Barilaro along with other political figures, photoshopped as dictators, including Hitler. In other policies, Facebook acknowledges that satirical content is treated differently, but seemingly not here. It is unknown exactly what the offending post was, but Crikey has seen at least one image of Barilaro photoshopped into a photo of Hitler and Benito Mussolini, which was posted hours before the group was banned. Gregory, thank you for the super. I saw these videos before. It's basically became years-long saga. Indonesia's military is doing a similar thing with an activist I can morbidly relate. Oh, shit. Scarling Michael Laura, thank you for the 5. People that say revolution means necessary bloodbath are the supposed victims of hate and violence. The whole thing is wicked and horrible, man. No, I agree. The last thing you want is a violent revolution, mostly because revolutions almost invariably just mean death. So, going to sleep and leaving you two yapping very quietly. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for your generosity, Prince. I hope you have a nice rest. So, it is very obvious at this point that the Australian legacy media was trying very, very hard to smear Geordies, especially whenever he had a moment of vulnerability as he had now in the aftermath of the Barilaro case. However, that wasn't the full scale, the full significance of Geordie's so-called John Barilaro reporting arc. Now, if you actually go onto his channel, there is an entire playlist called The Bruz Saga, made up of easily over, I'd say, 20 videos, all dedicated in various degrees to calling out different things that Barilaro was doing that were suspicious, allegedly corrupt, dishonest, or in any ways something that is unpalatable from the perspective of a voter. However, for a long time, this was just fun, basically. There was a very light-hearted tone to all of the videos. Even while he was getting sued, he was still making videos about Barilaro and about the ongoing ongoing defamation case. But again, like I said, these were all light-hearted videos because he was making fun of essentially a politician lolcow, right? However, towards the end of this saga, on August 19th, 2022, this would change, with the publication of a video simply titled Coronation. And in this video, Geordies would start digging into a company, a real estate, a property development company called, well, Coronation Property. A company that seemed to have a lot of shady dealings in the background. In this video, Geordies reveals that Barilaro, after resigning as the Deputy Premier of New South Wales, after taking off his hat when it came to his time as a state politician, he had been hired as an executive director at a company called Coronation Property. He then states that Coronation has in the past been allegedly connected by state law enforcement to criminal activities, including, but not limited to, assault, extortion, and kidnapping. He then states that the company also had alleged ties to a local crime family, bikie gangs, and state politicians. And finally, he reveals that Coronation's co-director, a man by the name of John Landerer, had been a Liberal Party donor. However, that wasn't the extent of it, because Landerer had previously made multiple donations, each one 10,000 or more, to a specific organization called the Millennium Forum, a fundraising body for the Liberal Party that was discredited in 2015 after being found to have accepted, and this is not a joke, mafia money in exchange for allowing criminals to access the then immigration minister so that they could get things like passport problems fixed. So, as you can probably imagine, this was a pretty heavy video. He spends the first 3/4 of it pretty much just recounting the story of a case that went to court accusing the secretary of this company, a man by the name of Andy Nahas, of, well, kidnapping, assault, etc., etc. Except the thing is, even though Nahas had been accused of doing those things by an alleged victim and by New South Wales State Police who attempted to mount a prosecution, the prosecution ended up falling through because the victim, the alleged victim, mysteriously disappeared prior to the hearing. So this was quite different to the other subjects of Geordie's previous videos, because this was not just, this was not just a funny fat politician. This seemed to be a company, possibly crime family, with very nefarious backgrounds. Scarlett Michael, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Yeah, sounds like classic Mafia. Exactly. And not too long after publishing this video, it turns out that what Geordie said, would not go unnoticed. Because on November 22nd of the same year, just a few months later, Geordie's home would be firebombed. According to this Twitter post by the legal firm that represents him, Xenophon Davis Lawyers, or XD Law, quote, "We can confirm that Jordan Shank's home was firebombed last night. He is safe. We hope that every possible police resource is dedicated today to securing evidence and intel. Might even warrant a strike force focused upon terrorism and attempted homicide rather than dangerous jokes." That's right. In response to his video, or possibly in response to his video, the guy got his home burnt down. And the only reason that he didn't end up dying in the fire was because he had been staying the night somewhere else due to, if I remember correctly, forgetting his keys. The other thing is, and the thing that made the police initially raise their eyebrow at this particular thing happening and view it as a suspicious fire, was because a week prior to this, one of Geordie's neighbors had had their house firebombed as well. In other words, presumably, the assailants that attempted to firebomb Geordie's possibly got the hit wrong last time, and this was their second attempt at trying to kill him. Because at this point, that is very much what it looked like, that someone had mounted an assassination attempt on Geordie's. And in response to this, the media started writing articles. Now, as we go through these, I'm curious to see if you note a little bit of an interesting similarity between 2 out of 3 of these articles. Quote, "YouTuber Friendly Geordie, Sydney home allegedly firebombed by The New Daily. Police are investigating after a fire caused significant damage to the home of the controversial YouTuber known as Friendly Geordies early on Wednesday morning. 9 News, suspicious house fire at YouTuber Friendly Geordie's Bondi home. Business Insider, a controversial YouTuber whose house went up in flames may have been targeted by a criminal gang, police say." Any ideas as to what one of the similarities might be? Firebombed? Not quite. The allegedly firebombed is more of a quirk to do with preventing defamation suits than it is an attempt at saying anything deliberately. Master Ant, thank you for the 2. You live in Oz, please be careful what you say there. Yeah. Don't. I wouldn't be, well. They did try going after him, and let's just say that their attempt at trying to suppress the video didn't exactly work out very well in the long term, but that company in question has, to my knowledge, is currently in the middle of a completely separate legal case, funnily enough. Allegedly suspicious, controversial. There we go. That's the one. For some reason, When New Daily and Business Insider described Friendly Jordies, they felt the need to include the word controversial in front of his name. And this is something that Jordies himself would end up directly calling out, as reported in an article that was released on November 23rd by Michael West Media independent journalists, titled Terrorist Attack, Home of Bondi Beach Media Identity Jordan Shanks Firebombed. MWM can confirm that Shanks spoke with mainstream TV media journalists who were at the scene this morning, leveling the finger at them for the repeated character assassination attempts over the past 2 years, saying that, while the Friendly Jordies team have been taking on powerful interests, the media have been, quote, cheering the bad guys on, including the former deputy premier, who the media turned a blind eye to, end quote, according to a source at the scene. A former employee of Friendly Jordies, Grant, has said that some of the reporting of the attack, quote, is kind of implying that it's no surprise that it happened to him being, quote-unquote, controversial, and having enemies while not addressing his work directly. I feel like they're not putting into context why this could have happened properly, making him out to be some sort of shock jock who might have had it coming. Obviously, they can't speculate or be seen to imply that Clubs New South Wales or a developer may have done it, but they really do dance around the work Jordan has done, he said. According to Mark Davies, Shanks' lawyer, quote, it's deadly serious. Jordan is taking this very seriously. Clubs New South Wales is trying to put him in jail and someone else is trying to kill him for his journalism. Now, for those who don't know what Clubs New South Wales is, basically, while he was getting his house firebombed, he was in the middle of a different legal case with a company called Clubs New South Wales, which is basically a gambling company, essentially. And he had made a video featuring a whistleblower, an auditor that was sent in to check Clubs New South Wales's compliance with anti-money laundering practices, and they'd come up short. And as a reward for making a video whistleblowing over that, he got sued by them. Now that case thankfully didn't go anywhere, but it was probably another cherry on the shit cake, so to speak. Basically Singapore MBS, yeah, pretty much. So, at this particular point in time, one of the things that I find to be particularly interesting is that this article actually came out and directly quoted that statement from a source where Jordies points out that when the media kept framing him as being a controversial figure, while at the same time not quite touching on what he has been talking about, what he has been doing in preceding this seemingly completely and utterly random act of violence, they were essentially implying that he had done something to deserve it while not really showcasing why he might have attracted that attention. And there could be multiple motivations behind that, but at the end of the day, the main problem was that there was this little subtle jabbing that was being done tacitly, non-explicitly, but it was certainly there. However, one thing I will note that despite peppering the word controversial in front of his name, most of the news articles that were released around that time were pretty matter-of-fact around reporting the way that he had been firebombed. And the reason for this, gets into something that we've discussed prior on a previous stream, which has to do with taboos, right? The thing about the media is, even though they may have peppered in things like controversial, maybe implied, if we were reading it uncharitably, that he had done something to deserve it, to ask for it, so to speak. They couldn't say something like that directly, because in order for them to do so, they'd be stepping over a line when it comes to acceptable public discourse. They'd be breaking a norm, trespassing over essentially a sacred rule that you have governing society. And so, like we discussed in previous streams, right? When you look at the way that society approaches certain concepts, when it comes to the way that society deals with traumatic truths, so to speak, aspects of everyday life that are very difficult to consistently process, you have a taboo that people live with normally, and you have two extremes on either side of a spectrum, right? When you look at ways that people deal with living with these taboos on a day-to-day basis without necessarily acknowledging them, there are two different extremes when it comes to how they can choose to mentally process what they are living with. On one end of the spectrum, you have the profane way of dealing with it. Like, these are secular concepts, inevitable concepts. These are the nitty-gritty, banal realities of everyday life, right? Death and taxes, basically. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the divine and the sacred ways of processing, dealing with the things you have to live with on an everyday basis. This is things like communion. This is things like religion. Some sort of way of giving yourself a spiritual sense of reassurance that there is meaning in what you go through, that there is a reason why everything is arranged the way that it is. And so, what usually happens is when there is a crisis of some sort, usually people are fine existing in this sort of middle space where the taboo is there, but they don't need to acknowledge it, right? They can live and ignore it pretty much and go about their day-to-day lives. However, sometimes when you have a crisis, people become incapable of living that same way, living as if everything is normal, because now that taboo goes from being something that can be ignored to being something that is very, very difficult to avoid. And as a result, it becomes too uncomfortable to exist in that space where you are simply living with something that is taboo to acknowledge without acknowledging it. And so people flee towards one of those two extremes, right? Either embracing some sort of profane or secular way of coming to terms with the reality of how they exist, or some sort of divine or sacred way of coming to terms with how they exist. This applies to pretty much any aspect of society, any aspect of the way that we live, the way that we exist, the way that we arrange the world around us, right? Civilization around us. And depending on what the taboo in question is, the reactions differ accordingly. Now, when it comes to the idea, the elephant in the room, basically, right? When it comes to the idea of living in a democracy, there are a lot of underlying things about living in a democracy that are usually quite taboo to acknowledge, right? Democracy basically being a system of governance where the people in charge must earn their position through the approval of a majority of the voting public, right? Basically, when the people get to choose their own leader via voting and having a majority of people voting for the same person, party, whatever. Now, a system of governance, such as democracy, of all of the things that are taboo to acknowledge about it, there is one overarching one that is, in my opinion, the most taboo thing to talk about, think about, acknowledge out loud. And that is, when it comes to living in a democracy, the thing that no one wants to acknowledge on a day-to-day basis is the idea that it is a system for the people, by the people, of the people. But the people are retarded. Everyone knows this, right? We have had scientific studies, multiple scientific studies, year after year, proving the exact same thing. When people make decisions as a group, they become more stupid than they would be if they were making those same decisions as individuals. Democracy is basically outsourcing the responsibility for governing society to the group. And so, as a result of that, the longer a democracy exists for, the more this underlying truth about the way that that particular system of governance has a chance of becoming visible, having some sort of tangible effect, etc., right? The harder it becomes to ignore over time. Because, like I said before, it's more of a kind of pick the worst poison type thing. Democracy, in terms of ways of governing society, may not be the worst poison, but it is still something that has a bit of poison to it. And this is that poison. That when you get people together and, when you outsource the responsibility for making decisions for how society is going to run to the entirety of the population, obviously, you're not going to get gems all the way through. You're going to get a few duds here and there. And so, this is the truth that all of us live with when we exist in a democratic society.
Except on a day-to-day basis, we don't tend to think about this. We don't tend to acknowledge this because it is a pretty sobering thing to acknowledge. And so you have, usually when you're looking at the two different ways that people, the two different extremes to how people cope with this idea, what happens when people reject living with this, living with this being the case, right? Living with this norm in everyday life, is the two extremes that they tend to flock to. On the side of the profane, you have the idea, the underlying truth that the citizens are mortal. And on the divine side, you have the underlying truth that citizens are responsible. And I don't just mean responsible for how society runs, but I mean the idea that citizens are responsible as in they possess a sense of obligation and duty towards the way that their society runs and is arranged. And so, the thing is, when it comes to people not being able to abide by this truth anymore, right? When people feel like they have no choice but to confront the truth that democracy suffers from the shortcomings of its population, at some point, for want of a better way of putting it, people being retarded, when they choose to reject that norm in society, they tend to gravitate towards one of these two extremes, right? Where on one side they cope by resorting to things like, for example, voting, right? Voting being a ritual process that sort of adds in, that reinforces that sacred belief that your fellow citizens are, they have the same sense of responsibility towards you that you do towards them, that all of you are united in having a set of shared values, enough so that you are, regardless of who ends up winning in the vote, society is not going to get too much worse, right? That everyone has the best interest for society, even if they might not have the same interests for society. So that is what voting is essentially designed to achieve, right? Rituals as a coping mechanism are basically a way of bringing people out of this crisis, this slump in the middle, and towards a sense of divine catharsis, right? On the polar opposite end of the spectrum, the alternate way that people can deal with this fact, right? When people come to the realization that, the other people in my society, even though they have a say in how society is run, they are not infallible, is gravitating towards the other extreme, the secular, profane reality of society, which is that if democracy is run by people, if the power in how governance is done in a society is decided by the people, well, guess what? The people are mortal. The people are vulnerable. They are fragile. And as such, they can be exploited. They can be coerced. They can be, abused, etc., etc. Right? The realization that citizens are mortal provides a temptation for people to transgress against the norms, against the rules that society has set up in order to create this sort of safeguard around what is normal behavior, right? Because when you have that moment of disillusionment, one of the dark temptations, so to speak, in terms of ways that you can cope with that realization that, oh shit, our society is run by other people and other people are not infallible, sometimes worse, sometimes they are outright stupid, is, well, if society is in the hands of the people and the people are stupid, they need to be told what to do. And I'm going to tell them what to do, right? I'm going to take charge of that. I'm going to exert force over the other members of society in order to get what I want out of it. And this is basically what happens when you see things like the Friendly Geordies firebombing. Because this was a group of people who had no interest in the obligations that citizens had towards one another. They had no sense of civic duty towards Geordies. They just wanted him to shut up. And so, it would be, it was quite reasonable to speculate that the people who were in charge, who had motivation to firebomb his house, would probably be people who had an issue with his content. Not saying who it is, but it is a reasonable assumption and speculation to make that they just wanted him to shut up. Makiris, thank you for the 5. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Democracy simply doesn't work by Ken Brockman. Yeah, sometimes that is very much the case. Billy Aoki, thank you for the... Oh, wait, yeah. Billy, thank you for the super. This stream is a threat to our fetocracy. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. And so, when you have a situation, a crisis, like, for example, Friendly Geordie's coverage of the coronation of Bruz, etc., right? When there is some sort of crisis that prompts this reaction, where people can't simply continue to exist within the norms of everyday life, when they choose to pursue some way of exerting more control or gaining a sense of control or agency to cope with their new reality. Those are the two approaches that people usually gravitate towards. Comforting themselves with ritual, going through the whole exercise of voting, reassuring yourself that you do have a way of influencing how your society is governed and run, by putting your trust in the process, the idea of the sacredness of democracy as a system, voting as a process, and the character of your fellow citizens, or going down the route of transgression, taking things into your own hands, breaking away from conventions and rules, and basically saying fuck it, and exerting whatever force you have over the others around you. Now, usually, the way that society holds itself together is that it has measures in place, guardrails, whether it be social, cultural, legal, in order to prevent people from just going into either of those two extremes. And usually, what ends up happening is people start gravitating towards one of the extremes, they experience their moments of catharsis or some sort of barrier stops them from going any further, and then slowly they they cool down, they come back to the middle, and we're back to a state where it's okay for everyone to just exist without having to acknowledge this taboo, without it being too much of a problem, right? The elephant in the room does not need to get shot, so to speak. It doesn't scare everyone off. And when it comes to the things that turn people around, these are usually deeply ingrained social beliefs, social cues, right? Things that stop people from trying to go any further in their given direction when it comes to trying to escape, cope with the taboo to acknowledge realities of everyday life, right? When it comes to moving in the direction of having, when it comes to convincing people, turning people off the extremes of essentially turning the whole of society and the whole of the voting process, the parties that they vote for, the representatives that they vote for, into some kind of substitute for religion, right? Thing that stops outright dogma, things that stops outright indoctrination, is the idea that what they have in terms of ways of exercising their control over their society, over how it's governed, is enough. Right? The way that you get people using ritual, the way that you use ritual to get people back to a state where they are okay with just existing as they have been for days, months, years, decades, etc., is with them thinking that people get what they vote for. And I don't mean that in a snarky way, but I mean quite literally, when someone votes for something that a politician promises, and they get that thing that they voted for, it reaffirms that method of control is still available to them. They can still exert it. They still have agency over the way that their society works, over the way that their society is governed, and as a result, they can go back to chilling as they would as per usual, right? However, when it comes to transgression, usually the thing that stops people from going all the way out into the extremes of just exerting the most force impossible over their fellow citizens in any way imaginable is the underlying belief that is essentially drilled into us as we are raised in a democracy, that death and or harm to an opponent does not automatically mean a victory for you. There is an underlying cultural expectation that no matter how deep your rivalry, no matter how intense your disagreement, there are lines that you do not cross in the event of said disagreement. If you are going to have a contest in terms of opinions, ideas, etc., perspectives, that contest must not breach into the realm of trying to silence your opponent, not with your rhetoric, but with force. And that's one of the fundamental things that govern democratic societies. The idea that there is a limit to what you are allowed to do in order to win an argument with an opponent. I would argue it's not even the people and by the people, since people intentionally kept from knowing everything relevant. Yeah, like I said, that's the sales pitch for democracy. Very often not the actual way that it functions. However, you can actually see that this is the case because even in the articles where they do subtly jab at Geordies while talking about the fact that he got firebombed, it's nothing any more specific or any more explicit than just saying that this is a controversial guy. And funnily enough, when you look at the way that Crikey, this newspaper that seemed to have such a vendetta against the guy, the way that they reported on his house getting firebombed, the articles were very bare bones. They were very matter of fact. There was no snark, no sniping, just talking about what happened. Friendly Geordie's house firebomb, says lawyers as police investigate. New South Wales Police has confirmed that a fire has caused significant damage to a house listed in public records as the address of Friendly Geordie's. Friendly Geordie's lawyers have claimed that the Australian YouTuber's house was firebombed last night, after New South Wales Police confirmed they were investigating a fire at his address. Law firm Xenophon Davis confirmed that Friendly Geordie's, whose real name is Jordan Shanks Marcanova, was safe after the fire in a tweet on Wednesday morning. Alan, thank you for being a Footstool for 14 months. How many slides, Armchair? Less than 100, just less than 100. This is probably not going to be that long of a stream. Evo, thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Well, good morning to you too. And then, second article, the day after, Friendly Geordies takes a YouTube hiatus after home firebombed. YouTuber Friendly Geordie says he'll go on indefinite hiatus after his house was set ablaze under suspicious circumstances. YouTuber Friendly Geordies will be taking an indefinite hiatus from posting videos after his home was firebombed. The comedian, whose real name is Jordan Shanks Marcanova, said in a video posted Wednesday that he would refrain from publishing more video content for obvious reasons. I would like to take this opportunity to say that I think we'll just tone back on the videos for a bit, he said. And by tone back, I mean that's it for a while, for obvious reasons. We'll get back to it at some point, but for now, Friendly Geordies is on indefinite hiatus. Shanks Marcanova was not at home when his home in Sydney's east was set ablaze early Wednesday morning. And so, with that, immediately that you can kind of tell that there is a very deliberate neutrality in the way that these articles were published about Geordie's misfortune compared to the earlier ones about him getting sued for defamation. There is a very, very palpable tonal shift between those two. And it went even further than that, because in an article that was published in December of 2023, 1 year later, when someone was charged with the supposed, with the alleged firebombing of Friendly Geordie's house, in an article that was published in the Sydney Morning Herald. This is the same newspaper that previously called him that previously said that he was a liability to the Labour Party because of his nasty rhetoric and stuff like that. In this article, they actually acknowledged that he was digging into, or what he was digging into, in order to cause that kind of attention to be drawn to him. Alameddine crime family associate charged over Friendly Geordie's firebombing. An associate of the Alameddine crime family has been charged over last year's firebombing of the Bondi house of political commentator and YouTube satirist Jordan Shanks, known online as Friendly Geordies. Tufi Jr. Tours Oelua, 37, appeared at Waverley Court on Wednesday, charged with 2 counts of damaging property by fire in company. Detective Superintendent Gordon Arbinja, commander of the Financial Crime Squad, confirmed a person was arrested at a correctional center at Silverwater and also said, quote, police can confirm that the person arrested has links to an organized crime group situated in the southwest of Sydney. Quote, this alleged attack was coordinated and targeted, said Arbinja. Arbinja said Shanks had been cooperative with police It is a strong possibility the alleged attack was retaliation for videos posted on the Friendly Geordies page. Now this pretty much confirmed it, that, again, the most likely motivation for his house getting firebombed was the fact that he was making videos. Without cooperation of the victim, the investigation would not have been able to progress. The victim has been very cooperative with police. It was a long and lengthy investigation, which is why it has taken over 12 months to arrest our first person, Abinja told reporters on Thursday. Associates of the Almadines found themselves the subject of unwelcome attention by the popular YouTuber inadvertently through former Deputy Premier John Barilaro's employment post-politics. Barilaro was hired as Coronation Properties Executive Director, despite the job not being advertised from February until June 2022, when he resigned to take his controversial and now abandoned New York trade role. Coronation's former company secretary, Andy Nahas, had alleged links to high-profile Alameddine associates. These connections were examined at length in a 46-minute YouTube video titled Coronation and broadcast by Shanks in August of 2022. In August last year, both the Herald and Shanks revealed that Nahas had been photographed with alleged high-ranking members of the Alameddine crime family. It was also revealed that Nahas had been arrested and charged in 2009 over a kidnapping. In a statement to police, the alleged victim detailed how Nahas lured him to a meeting where he was kidnapped by others, including a high-ranking bikie boss who was facing unrelated murder charges. The charges against Nahas and others accused of kidnapping were dismissed after the court was told that despite further inquiries being made by police since last court date, the alleged victim has not yet been located. Police were ordered to pay costs over the failed prosecution. However, it was a recent photo of Nahas with his arm around an alleged high-ranking Alameddine figure that led to questions being asked in New South Wales Parliament in September 2022. A parliamentary committee asked Police Commissioner Karen Webb, her deputy Dave Hudson, and the crime commissioners Peter Bodor, QC, about the photo that featured several high-ranking associates of the Alameddine crime family with Andy Nahas. Asked whether he was concerned about any connection between Coronation and these people, Deputy Commissioner Hudson replied, "I am concerned about any people or organization that particular group is associated with." After viewing the photo in which Nahas was featured, Bodor and Hudson assured the hearing their organizations would investigate further. Now this is quite the departure from the way that the legacy media was previously referring to Geordies and the previous tone of those articles that they'd put out about him. Because not only was this overall sympathetic towards the fact that his home had been firebombed, there was no mention of him being controversial, but on top of that, they are now actually acknowledging the role that his content played in putting him on the radar of this crime family to begin with, acknowledging that he had broken the news of this connection just as much as they themselves, as a news publication, had in the time prior to the publication of this article. Now, you may wonder why, right? And the answer may be quite obvious, right? Because PR, because of social acceptability, obviously because of all of those things, you don't want to be cheering on the death or the attempted killing of somebody who you were having a go at using your publication, right? However, that overarching, or I should say that underlying agreement to abide by that code of, all right, for the moment, let's put our differences aside and just talk about the fact that there is a crime family going after people talking about them, right? That has ties to two foundational concepts that underlies how society is held together, right? Now, one of them is the thing that we talk about all the time, politics. But the other, which is equally important to holding society together, but not something that is discussed as much, is civics. Now, these two are slightly different concepts when it comes to society. There is some overlap in terms of how they, how they interact with one another. But overall, I do think that it is worth acknowledging how these two separate concepts work together in order to hold, especially a democratic society, in one piece. Now, when it comes to politics, right, the formal definition for politics is the art and science of government, as according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary. However, when it actually comes to defining what politics is specifically, I'm curious as to what you guys would say. So, when it comes to defining what politics actually is, what does art and science of government actually mean? In your opinion, would it be referring to A, culture and aesthetics, B, ideology and rhetoric, or C, morality and ethics? I'm curious as to what you guys would end up putting in chat in response to how you guys would define the main thing at the core of politics. Missed? Yeah. Wish we could get some of that? Yeah. And this ties into what I was talking about before as well. If he was successful, there'd be no charges. This is the punishment for failing to get rid of a pesky YouTuber. Yeah. B, ideology, rhetoric. B. A lot of people saying B. Choice of injury, very telling. That's hard. C. Okay, I'm getting some people saying C. A. C. Gabriel. Exactly. When it comes to the core of politics, right? The art and science of government, what does that actually mean? It's not any one of these things. It is, in fact, a combination of all of them. Politics is not really about any of these specifically, because all of these are tools and components that serve the overarching actual focus of politics, which is, very simply, power. Politics, when you really boil it down to its truest form, the thing that it is fundamentally about is the process of attaining, maintaining, and exercising power. And all of these things, culture and aesthetics, ideology and rhetoric, morality and ethics, all of those are different tools that are designed to facilitate that three-part process, that three-part art or science, right? It is all about power. Now, when people talk about politics, right, usually they'll try to dress it up as, one of these things. And they are not wrong in the sense that, yes, those are components, right, of politics as a whole. But the fundamental point of politics, the fundamental thing that politics as a discipline, as a practice is about, is power. And the reason why I emphasize that is because politics is something that we often talk and think about when it comes to the way that determining how society is governed, how society runs. But it stands in contrast to civics, which is, formal definition, a social science dealing with the rights and duties of citizens. And the reason why I highlight these two things, right, these two concepts, is because in order for a society to hold itself together, in order for specifically a democratic society to hold itself together, you need a balance of both. You need a balance of politics, political acumen, the ability, the willingness to try to attain, maintain, and use/exercise power. But you also need to be able to balance that out with a concept of duty and responsibility between individual citizens. If you don't have that second part, your society ends up devolving and collapsing into infighting. And especially in a democracy, that is not something that it can survive. So, the thing about politics and civics is that they also form this kind of, these two opposing yet complementary forces, kind of like the yin and yang of how society holds itself together, like I said before, right? On one hand, you have political reality, right? A secular constraint that keeps idealism in check. Because at the end of the day, no matter, how much you may romanticize the democratic process, the whole process of voting, how much your vote matters, etc., 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 how much you trust your fellow citizens to also have the best interest for society, at the end of the day, there is a political reality underlying the entire thing, which is that everyone votes in their own self-interest, right? There is no such thing as a selfless voter. There are only three types of voters: the selfish voter, the absent voter, and the donkey voter. Actually, I don't know if Americans have that term. Basically, donkey voter in Australia is someone who uses their ballot paper to shitpost. So, civic. Now, the counterpoint to this is civic duty, right? Sacred beliefs that keep competition in check, right? Now, this is the idea, an underlying cultural belief or attitude that regardless of what you do in order to attain power, that is limited, that is constrained by your obligations to your fellow citizen. And what that means is you have to place, there is an underlying code of conduct that constrains what you are allowed to do in the pursuit of power. Certain lines you're not allowed to cross, certain values you are not allowed to impugn, regardless of what you are doing to try to win some form of control over how society is governed. And these two constraints, right, these two forces, political reality and civic duty, these are the barriers that democratic societies usually have in place in order to stop people from drifting too far into the extremes of, essentially becoming disillusioned, totally disillusioned with democratic society and thus unable to ever return back to a sense of normality. You have, on one hand, a civic duty which constrains the degree to which people can transgress, people can gravitate towards the profane, the secular pursuit of power in a society. And on the other side of the spectrum, you have the political reality that people want their interests represented, which is why they vote, right? As a way of sort of stopping people from becoming too blindly faithful in the whole voting process, or even in their leaders or in their fellow citizens, right? Because at the end of the day, that underlying knowledge that people, everyone votes for themselves at the end of the day, the underlying knowledge is something that is an important reality to acknowledge. Because if you don't, then you fall into the trap of possibly almost treating your political process as a kind of doctrine or dogma. And so, both of these sides, both of these barriers that stop people from drifting out into the extremes, drifting away from the norms of democracy, are also reinforced via stigmas. Now, that whole concept of civic duty is built around a stigma against coercing your fellow citizens. There's this idea that, again, in a democracy, it is your duty to your fellow citizen that if you want them to vote in the way that you would prefer them to, it is on you to convince them, using persuasion, using rhetoric, using propaganda. But you cannot coerce them. You cannot use the threat of force, because if you do that, you violate that fundamental underlying rule, that code that underpins all conduct that happens regardless of the intensity of the competition. Now, on the opposite side of the spectrum, again, you have a stigma against blind faith in the system, right? Obviously, because if you simply believe without thinking that everyone else is going to have your best interests, you don't put too much thought into what you're voting for at all, or even how the voting process works, or the various people that are entrusted with safeguarding it, what their particular interests and motivations might be, what their personal agendas may be, then you fall into the trap of being too easily led around by your political leaders. And so, what ends up happening is, on both sides of the spectrum, you have most democratic societies have those two fundamental stigmas that need to exist in order to stop people from departing from the entire arrangement altogether during times of crisis. Yeah, that crap doesn't work. Yeah, and again, it does usually start off working. But again, for reasons that we'll get into in a little bit, they do tend to fail over time. Now, when it comes to blind faith in the system, right, that's generally pretty self-explanatory as to why that stigma exists. Because if you have too much faith in the system, you don't think to question maybe what your leaders might be driven by, what their incentives might be, what their agendas may be, how your fellow citizens may have different interests than you do, etc., etc. If you don't question all of these things, you become an ineffective voter because you become incapable of voting in your own interests and therefore securing a future for society that would have a place for you in it. That's pretty obvious. However, funny thing, when you ask someone, why is it so important to have a stigma against exercising force against your fellow citizens? Why is it so important to build up a stigma against coercion and violence when it comes to, trying to determine how your fellow citizens act in your society? Thing is, right? A lot of people's knee-jerk reaction to that question is going to be something along the lines of, well, no shit, you would discourage that because it's wrong, right? It's morally reprehensible. It's the wrong thing to do. It is something that, leads to society collapsing, etc., etc. Yeah, it causes tyranny, exactly, right? However, one of the more pertinent reasons as to why discouraging use of force, coercion, and violence is so important, one of the reasons why that stigma has to exist in a democratic society, and this is the reason that is perhaps the most frightening to think about, is because it works. It doesn't always work. It doesn't even work consistently. There are very often preconditions that need to be met, several of which, before it can be even guaranteed to work. But it does work. And we saw an example of that. We would see an example of that on February 1st, 2024, in the case of Friendly Geordies, where he would end up not just removing the previous video that he did titled Coronation, but this would essentially be a 2-minute video of him throwing in the towel on trying to keep that video up. Well, let me see if I can just pull it up for you. All right. Let's switch over to the React screen. All right, there we go. Well, let me just make sure it's synced up to the right window. Okay.
You might have noticed that
Is the audio all right for you guys? Is the volume all right? Oh, yes. I hear it? Okay.
we haven't been releasing videos after the police arrested a suspect for the firebombing of my house. While we're very grateful for their persistence throughout this ordeal, we felt it would be prudent to see what the response would be from certain individuals. Their response has been one of rather perplexing confidence. Buoyed by the lack of further arrests, they have decided to be much more blunt with their requests, threatening anyone they believe had handed over information to assist with the creation of the video Coronation. This video detailed links former Deputy Premier John Barilaro had with development company Coronation Property. The video encompassed more than Coronation Property Associates. It included an array of spirited characters, many of whom were enraged with its release. Police have made it very clear that many of the prime suspects in the firebombing are in that video. Now, over a year later, these figures are once again venting, threatening dire consequences if the video isn't taken down. Given these people's colourful history, we don't consider these to be idle threats. Naturally, we contacted the appropriate authorities, but it appears these men have engulfed the state in a state of fear. It appears these men are indeed above the law. It appears these men are free to point the scythe at anyone they wish, blackmail them with the most heinous, violent acts imaginable, and there is not an authority in the land powerful enough, or perhaps foolhardy enough, to check them. We have done our absolute best to keep the video up. Believe me, we have. But if the content of Coronation is to fall on willfully deaf ears, if its only tangible result is the death of innocent people, we will not have their lives hang on our conscience. In other words, you win.
I want to remind you guys again that at this point in time, you had the counter-terrorism police task force
And while that was used against friendly Geordies, because a state politician found his videos to be a little too hurtful to his feelings, apparently they're not much use in the case here, where someone is literally being threatened with death by a crime family. Internet moment.
We're taking down the video.
There we go.
Congratulations, you run this city. We were ignorant of the fact that Sydney is more or less 1920 Chicago, but now that we're fully aware, you are free to run your business without further bother from us. Sorry for the inconvenience. The real shame in all of this, of course, is that it would have made a great story for self-proclaimed home of Australian investigative journalism Four Corners that touts that it exists to serve the public interest. And you, of course. It would be very interesting to hear the editorial rationale for why the paralysing grip that organised crime has over the first state didn't meet that criteria, while trying to get to the bottom of why there isn't more homosexual AFL players did. Questions for another time, perhaps. The question for now, though, is how did these men accumulate so much power that they have incapacitated any of the so-called estates from acting on matters that question its own ascendancy? This is not thugs killing other thugs for territory. This is unlawful punishment for reporting on the erosion of state authority. You would think that that would interest the state for self-preservation purposes, if nothing else. And yet it doesn't. As such, if the policy is to let sleeping dogs lie, so be it. We can live with that. In fact, we have no choice. We've learned that there is a currency that is far more dependable than the dollar, and that's terror. We can take solace in the fact that we did our part, more than we will ever be able to publicly divulge. We ran out onto no man's land without any support. And support never came. Statement from Friendly Geordies.
Rather grim message. So, yeah, one of the most important reasons as to why that stigma needs to exist is because, on occasion, force, coercion, and violence do actually work. But the problem is, if everyone does it, then you lose your society. That is the catch. So, what usually ends up happening is that stigma, when it exists, when that obligation of civic duty is... Didn't expect to listen so much about Geordie's case, thought this was a Charlie thing. I'm setting up the reason as to, well, the underlying things as to why I take issue with the way that his death has been reacted to. So, in the manner that it has. So, when it comes to stopping people from drifting into that, that's part of the reason why having that stigma against using violence, force, and coercion is so important. Because the thing is, if you don't have that stigma in place, if you simply allow for people to transgress however they like in that secular, that profane pursuit of power over their fellow citizens, what you get is no longer the ability to return back to normal society. What you get instead is a society routed in domination, essentially martial law of a certain variety, of a certain flavor. On the opposite end of the spectrum, if you're unable to maintain that stigma against blind faith in the system, what ends up happening is your society ends up gravitating more towards dogma and managed decline, where the people in charge of the running things don't actually give a shit about you, your interests, the interests of the other citizens around you, and they just run things into the ground while the entire time ensuring you that everything is doing just peachy. Now, the thing is about both of these extremes in terms of how a society can go to shit, they are not mutually exclusive. Make no mistake, when I use a spectrum as a way of portraying, visualizing how I think about these things, perhaps the reason why I chose to use a straight line is not just to build off of something that I've already talked about on previous streams, but because, well, to be frank, Canva doesn't have a way of curving them. Otherwise, in reality, it usually works a bit more like a horseshoe type shape, where when you drift towards one of the extremes, often when you go off the deep end, the other is not too far behind, right? And so, usually when it comes to maintaining democracy, you can kind of think of it as almost a seesaw-esque game, right? Where this is a sort of, you need to maintain a balanced grip on this line, and you need most of your population in order to be content to simply exist in the middle. However, when you have a crisis, right, what ends up happening is that this tends to, this tends to tip and turn in different directions depending on how your population reacts to what went, to the crisis in question. Perhaps you end up having some sort of crisis and more people tend to gravitate towards the extremes of profane attempt at securing power as an attempt at self-preservation. Or maybe you go the opposite direction, where it tilts in the opposite where it tilts towards, where as a result of the crisis, more people gravitate towards simply burying their heads in the sand and having more blind faith in the system doing what it is on paper supposed to do. And as a result, you drift towards that sort of dogma and managed decline. The problem is, like with a seesaw, when you have too many people drifting over into one particular direction, balancing back out to the middle is no longer possible, and instead you fall off the deep end into tyranny. Because no matter what ends up happening, whether a society ends up going to shit by going the route of managed decline or going the route of martial law, tyranny is the inevitable outcome of either extreme. And so, that is why these barriers to essentially limit how far people can drift from the norm are important. These are underlying rules that go beyond things like partisan beliefs, partisan interests, because those are the rules that tie everybody together on that like a balancing beam. Exactly. And this ties in with one of the other concepts that I talked about as well, in association with how do people deal with crises? How do people mentally, emotionally, psychologically process a crisis in their head, or as a society, as a group? And one of the things that we've talked about before on a different stream is this concept of a social drama, right? Now, generally speaking, social drama is a 4-step process when something happens in a group and they then have to come together and try to figure out how they can move past that point. Right? So first, stage one, you have a breach. A rule is broken or the status quo is disrupted within a community. Then in stage 2, you have a crisis. A conflict emerges and then people begin to take sides. In stage 3, you have redress. People attempt to repair relationships, issue compensation, and in the event that all of that goes well, the end of the social drama is hopefully continuity, where a sense of normalcy is restored and the community remains intact. Now, here's the thing about social dramas. When a crisis happens, both approaches, both ways gravitate, no matter which extreme you gravitate towards, profane, divine, secular, or sacred, social dramas are usually things that take place regardless of which end you end up gravitating towards. Rituals are essentially staged social dramas. That's why voting is a ritual of sorts, because it is essentially a substitute for actually having to fight people who have a different vision for society. You all get together, you make the mutual agreement that you're going to vote on it instead of fight over it, and as a result of that, voting acts as a nice little drama that everyone, goes along with in order to resolve whatever conflicts they have or whatever differences they have about how society should look by the end of the process. And that's, again, that's how rituals work. They are staged social dramas, but designed to give you an authentic feeling of catharsis at the end of the entire thing. However, when it comes to transgressions, those are actual dramas that are not staged or not planned, but they just end up happening raw, viscerally, and often in a way that cannot be controlled. And of course, one of the reasons why it is so important that to a community's or any sort of group's continued existence, to be able to go through this process, is because, like I've talked about before on previous streams, continuity is not the only ultimate outcome of a social drama. Because sometimes when the conflict is so bad, when redress is no longer possible, the alternate outcome is not a continuity of the group, the community, the society, but a schism instead, where the community tears itself in two and a new status quo has to be established, right? This is when you can't reconcile. You can't go back to the way that things were before. And as a result, now you have been broken up into factions. You have to go off your own, each group, each half of the previous group has to go on its own separate ways, right? And so, here's the thing. When it comes to determining whether a social drama ends in continuity or schism, can you guys spot what is the necessary precondition that has to be satisfied during the redress phase in order for a society or a group or a community to move in the direction of continuity instead of schism? What ends up determining if redress is even possible for a group of people, right? Because there is a precondition that needs to be satisfied in this stage in order for a society to move towards continuity, but I haven't stated it explicitly. It should be fairly possible to conclude logically, though. We're going to have Clone Wars event globally? I fucking hope not. Robert S. Compensation? Kind of, but here's the thing, right? What does the compensation depend on? A sense of normalcy can be reestablished. That's what continuity is, though, right? Acting normally? Kind of. People need to talk to one another, respect social norms? Yeah. That's part of it. Making an attempt to fix things, remorse, not... Well, kind of. That's, again, it's all part of it. Lopez, I think you're the one who's closest to it in, like, basic decency. Compromise, sure, and a slave, okay, also very close. See, the thing is, the idea that you're going to be able to redress a conflict, a situation, with, exchanging repairs and compensation, that assumes that you share the same values, because you can't compensate someone for a breach or a crisis or some sort of trespass unless both of you are on the same page as to what you guys value. Compensation and redress and repair is only possible if you both understand and respect the thing that you are trading on. And guess what that shared value is in a society? That shared value is civic duty. It's not politics, because politics is just about power. It's just about control. It's just about what methods you use in order to obtain that control, that power. And as a result, depending on who you are, what your affiliation is, or who the other people around you are, you're going to end up adapting that strategy each and every time. The mechanisms are the same, but you choose different ones depending on the situation, right? However, when it comes to the common values that define your ability to bridge a gap between people who may think differently from you, but ultimately want to be part of the same society, same group as you at the end of the day, even after your conflict, that is the thing that you need to preserve. That sense of civic duty. Yeah, civic duty is basically the social contract, right? If you violate that, you don't have the ability to pursue continuity, because if you can't ensure that your opponent, so to speak, has the same values, the same underlying values as you, you cannot reconcile with them. I disagree. I would say there needs to be a shared morality. This is that shared morality. When I say shared values, it means you both find the same things important. You can agree on a set of things that both of you will respect and value, right? That is basically a shared morality. And this is the problem. See, one of the things about democracy, which makes it a very deceptively simple system of governance, is democracy is a system of governance that will inevitably, Like, if you give a population the ability to decide how they govern themselves, how they want to be governed, who they want to be governed by, right? Inevitably, if you give the population that degree of control, they are going to start separating into factions. That is, that's human. Where that's a natural thing that we do. You can't clamp down on that instinct. It is simply going to manifest eventually in our behavior, especially when we're in a group. So the thing is, though, while the premise of democracy is simple, it requires a whole bunch of very complex preconditions in order to actually function. And one of the preconditions for democracy to function is that while you can have opposing factions, you cannot ever have enemy factions. Because if you have enemy factions that don't share the same values, conflicts don't end in continuity. They start to end in schisms. And when you fragment a society enough, those schisms become too wide in order for it to hold itself together. And so, when it comes to understanding why it was so important in this one moment that while Geordie's was being firebombed by a crime family for just talking about the degree of control they happen to hold over the state, right? Even above the authorities. This is why it was so important for even his political enemies in legacy media to put their differences to the side and go, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Because that affirms the shared value. That is what allows for continuity after the fight is done. Because if you look at the way that Friendly Geordies and legacy media are going at it nowadays, it's still the same thing as it was way back in 2021, 2020, where they will still take snipes at one another, they'll still make digs at one another. But it hasn't escalated beyond that point. Because fundamentally, that shared value was defended in that particular case. They could have doubled down and, painted him as someone who deserved it or whatever, right? But they didn't. Because once you celebrate, once you encourage, once you give up the right to refuse, that underlying fundamental value of this is a line that shouldn't be crossed despite our differences, then that's when you start pivoting away from continuity and you start drifting towards schism. Because that is a fundamental value that transcends political sides, allegiances, partisan politics, and that is a fundamental rule that ties society together. We use our words. Simple, but deceptively unappealing in matters of politics. And when it comes to understanding this, right, one of the things that I've said before on stream is I don't like processing politics or information or news or whatever through a partisan lens, left or right, because I find that tends to railroad the way that you process information far too much. The thing is, the firebombing of Friendly Geordie's house was undeniably a political maneuver. But if you try to place it on a left or right spectrum, you kind of get stuck as to where to put it. You get into this meaningless loop of, which side might have supported it more, or which side is he affiliated with, or which side are the people doing it affiliated with, or whatever. When in actuality, the most important part of that political act was the fact that it was done as a power play, right? It was political, not in the sense of being affiliated with one side of a spectrum or one sports team. It was political because it was about exercising power. It was political, not partisan. Exactly, Speed On, exactly. And when you look at this firebombing and you process it as a political message, right? You then start to be able to break it down into what was actually being said. This was a message that had no contents, no words, no text, nothing that you could read, so to speak, in a formal sense. But there was undeniably a message. Because like I've always said, the medium is the message. And in this particular case, the medium that ended up crossing that social line, right, that line of social acceptability when it comes to the way we handle disagreements here, the thing that happened, the medium, was a fucking Molotov. It was burning somebody's house down with the full intention, I believe, of burning him alive within it. That is the medium. That is the message. And so no one needed to really say anything in order for the message to be taken. The message which was, in this particular case, stop talking. We don't like what you're saying. We want you to stop. And we're going to get you to stop because otherwise we'll hurt you. And we can hurt you. That was the message that was being communicated through this act of violence. And it was, like I've said a lot of times at this point, a political message. And so, what it ended up doing, a side effect of using that particular medium, was that it had a chilling effect on speech. You could hear that in the message that Friendly Geordies left on his channel after taking down Coronation. Now, thankfully, for the sake of preserving media, other people have since re-uploaded multiple different copies of Coronation, and across all of them, they've now accumulated well over 1 million views, so that attempt to bury things has kind of backfired. But when it came to the ability to actually talk about what was going on, yeah, no, that was dead in the water. Because the whole point of this, right, was to stop people from talking using the threat of violence. That was the thing that that was the thing that could not be tolerated by Australian society in general, which is, I assume, why the media refused to join in on the action. Because if that were to happen, then, well, it's a very long and slippery slope down to tyranny. Scarling, thank you for the 5. I can understand a little bit, but I wonder, what would you make of the USA melting pot ideal? In general, that concept I don't like. Because it makes it sound like it's too easy to get people of different persuasions and backgrounds to simply integrate happily with one another. That kind of thing it's not... If you actually look at the way that different communities of different backgrounds interact with one another, especially when they are placed in close proximity without any sort of care being put into the process of integrating or introducing them to one another, it doesn't tend to mix very well. I've found that whenever you get different groups of people, right? Let's say people from different cultures, you try to put them together and see if they'll be able to get along with one another. It works exponentially better if all of the people involved are children than if you try to do it with adults or even the elderly. So, yeah. So, in general, right, what was essentially happening here was you had an example of a person, an individual, committing a transgression, right? They were faced with a crisis, which is Friendly Geordies using whatever mechanisms of power he had access to, his channel, his following, his ability to make entertaining videos, right? And they were not happy to simply sit there and take it. So the approach that they chose to go through was not, the ritual process of dobbing him into a courtroom and hoping that they could get him to remove the video via a defamation suit or whatever. No, they chose the opposite route. Transgression, which is to attempt to exert force, violence, threat of violence, coerce him into taking down the video. And while it is the case that it worked for them, it was something that thankfully was not normalized, because it was still very much regarded as a taboo, right? It was something that was regarded as a crime. It was not glorified, it was not celebrated, it was not excused, even if some of the news articles did drop in, oh, controversial YouTuber, for pretty much no reason, right? Maybe they forgot the memo that they probably should take out that word when they're talking about someone getting, almost killed. But for that moment, regardless of political differences, regardless of different competitions when it comes to winning over the viewership of Australians, Geordies and legacy media were on the same page. This shit's fucked. And so, that barrier between the normalization of that kind of transgression remained. And this is why, based off of all of this, when it comes to securing the ability for a democratic society to hold itself together, there are some fundamental values, stigmas, that, in my opinion, need to be reinforced in order for coexistence to even be possible. Because when those values are cast aside, you lose the main deterrent against descending into, the normalization of either worship of the state or just political violence. Because something doesn't have to be partisan in order for it to be political. And too often, online especially, when people are processing acts that are political, the need to either, I suppose, the need to make it conform to a partisan lens, combined with the need to do that pretentious both sides thing in order to project some veneer of impartiality while talking about things, it adds so much bloat to discussing what is going on. Right? I don't know at this point. 0 day? Don't worry, we're going to get into that. And so, at the end of this, right, the main thing, that the whole point of all of this is that there are some fundamental underlying values that need to be shared in the society, fundamental stigmas that should be enforced, at least in my opinion, in society, that transcend things like political affiliation, if you want that society to be able to remain intact. Which brings us to the topic of Charlie Kirk. Now, for those who don't know who Charlie Kirk is, basically, he was an American conservative influence, for want of a better word, right? He was a spokesperson, an advocate, someone who was unabashedly conservative in his political orientation, and he wanted to use whatever platform he was able to build, whatever rhetoric he was able to muster, in order to convince people as to why the values he held were worth taking up themselves. And there are three main initiatives that people associated with Kirk. One was Turning Point USA, which is an organization that he founded, along with help from a bunch of sponsors, in order to create a sort of launch, jumping off point in order to create a conservative base among young people. Second thing that he was known for are college campus debates, where he'd basically go around to a bunch of different colleges and, he'd set up a tent, set up a mic, and he'd invite, anyone who happened to be standing around, walking around, to come in and debate him on a whole bunch of different things, right? He's a good term, common denominator? Yeah. Fair enough. And the third thing he was known for was the Charlie Kirk Show, which is his own personal podcast, and he would use this to discuss things like, basically relaying what had happened in the realm of US politics, as well as explaining some of the beliefs and answering questions that he, about his beliefs, etc., etc., etc. right? And thing is, over the past few years, Kirk has been likewise going through, or he had been going through, a bit of an uptick when it comes to the growth and development of his brand. Because not only was he someone who seemed closely affiliated with the administration that was currently in power, with figures like, he was brushing shoulders with Donald Trump. He was, he was actually friends with JD Vance, and as a result of that, you can conclude that he's pretty closely tied in with current administration, right? But also, on top of that, he managed to get in several, essentially, well, I'd call them media tours of him walking around and talking with various people all across the political spectrum. This is one of the things that he developed a reputation for at this stage of his career, where he would go around, he would go on, for example, he'd go on Gavin Newsom's podcast, which is, in terms of political leanings, those two are pretty much polar opposites, I'd assume. And so he'd go on to these shows of people like Gavin Newsom, Bill Maher, and he'd just sit there and he'd talk to them, right? He'd talk about, things like, where does morality come from? Do you believe in God? Why not? Talk politics, etc., etc. And he'd sit there with a whole bunch of people who believed very different things from him politically. But he'd just sit there and talk with them, right? They just have a normal conversation. And one of the other things that he became known for was a Jubilee video that he did, which was, I can't remember the exact name of it, but I believe it was something along the lines of 25 college students versus one conservative, where you just sit there in this sort of rapid fire debate model that Jubilee does when they want to, sort of pressure cook a political confrontation or whatever. So, again, across all of these things, there was one shared theme that kept being emphasized, one recurring theme that kept building up over and over as he did more of these show appearances, as he had more of these shared podcast episodes, as he did more of these collabs, right? And that was solidifying the image that he had, the image around himself of being, a combination of a whole bunch of things mostly related to political advocacy, right? People saw him as a debate bro because that was what he went around to college campuses doing. One of the things that I think, there was a Kirk quote. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but it was something along the lines of, why do you run around debating kids? And his retort was, I'm not debating kids, I'm debating voters. Which I do think, as cringe as some people may view debate content, I do think that from the perspective of being a political advocate, spokesperson, pundit, whatever you want to call them, that is a very valid reason to go around and talk to young people about, politics, about beliefs, about why certain values are held by yourself and why you advocate for them as well, right? So on top of that, you also got the idea, very integral part of his brand towards the end was the idea that he was a free speech advocate, that he was someone who was willing to talk to other people of very different political orientation to him, very different political beliefs than him, but he was still willing to talk, to hear them speak, to, hoping that they would let him speak. And usually the conversations would be really chill. If you've ever tried watching or listening to any of these episodes that he's done with, for example, Bill Maher or Gavin Newsom or whatever, despite the fact that they are, like I keep saying, very different politically in terms of perspective, their way of interacting was very civil, friendly, sometimes even warm. So, and as an offshoot of that was the idea that he was the moderate, right? He was the moderate conservative guy because he was able to get along with people with vastly different political views. And with that, hand in hand, was the whole idea of reaching across the aisle, right? Extending a hand to political opponents and never getting to the point where you view them as a political enemy, right? This whole idea of trying to establish a dialogue, a rapport with someone, regardless of the differences in your perspective. You know, he embodied civility. Again, it all ties back to being willing to talk to people who had different beliefs to him, and all he did was talk, right? Never incited, never did anything, right? Never acted in violence or anything like that. He just talked. And finally, obviously, the fact that he was very proudly conservative. Didn't hide that at all, right? Very unapologetically held the beliefs of a conservative, and he advocated for them as such too. Now, this is the way that his brand and image was built up towards the end of his life, especially after doing a media circuit like this, right? Obviously, if you were already building up your brand from a foundation of, you know, I am going to be an advocate for this political party, this political set of beliefs, you know, I'm going to be someone who introduces the younger generation to what it means to be a Democrat, or what it means to be a Republican, or whatever your political party of choice happens to be, right? If you build out from that foundation and then you start consolidating it by talking to other people with different political orientations than yourself and having friendly conversations, right? Obviously, that is going to solidify to a pretty... How do I say? You're going to have a hard time painting him as an extremist, right? Because of all of those aspects of his brand and what it's solidified into. To anyone who themselves is not an extremist, you look at stuff like this, and most people would conclude, you know what, I might not agree with all of his views. Perhaps you might even think that Charlie's too moderate. But at the end of the day, there is something to be said about his ability to simply establish a human person-to-person rapport with people despite different beliefs. Which then leads us to September 10th, when he was speaking at the Utah Valley University, and he was shot through the neck while in the middle of answering a question about political violence, morbidly enough. And so, exactly like what we did earlier on in the stream, when it comes to the act of killing him, even if you don't acknowledge it as partisan, it is very much political. Because the message, as we will see in a little bit, the message might be garbled, the contents might be garbled, it might be barely coherent, but the medium was very, very clear. The medium was a bullet through the throat. And that sends a very, very clear message. Funnily enough, the same one that firebombing someone's house does. Shut up. Stop talking. And thing is, when this assassination happened, a lot of people came out from all sides of the political spectrum, right? And they unilaterally denounced this act of political violence, right? You had Donald Trump, you had JD Vance coming out and saying this is fucked up, and they laid the blame for this at the feet of the left. And you also had people like, funnily enough, you had people like Barack Obama and Gavin Newsom also coming out and saying, we condemn this act of political violence, this is unacceptable, we can't have this in our society, etc., etc. But while you had this, you also had people on the left saying things like, "Oh, this guy has to be MAGA, right? This guy is." I remember that it was someone said something about this must have been someone in the crowd firing a gun in celebration or delight or joy or something equally stupid like that. But at the end of the day, one of the commonalities between the quote-unquote both sides of this particular conflict, right, if you must turn it into a partisan thing, was that each side immediately blamed the other for, this thing taking place. Before any killer or any alleged, any suspect was arrested, was apprehended, was interrogated, etc. But one of the things that was quite unsettling was, despite the fact that both sides, so to speak, laid the blame for this killing at the feet of the other, while the people on the right were saying things like, "We will avenge his death, there will be consequences for killing him," there were certain voices, outlets on the left that, while they didn't deviate from the script of "the other side did it," they did also sprinkle in that maybe, just maybe, Charlie was to blame for his own assassination. And that is a betrayal of that fundamental underlying value, which is political violence is not okay. Lumi, thank you. Oh wait, actually, yeah, percentage of gun violence, and Charlie was asking if it was gang violence. He was shot. Yeah. So, for example, the first one that got on everyone's radar was Matthew Dowd on MSNBC saying, quote, Charlie is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which often then to hateful actions. And when it comes to denouncing political violence, right? When it comes to securing that underlying, like I said, the underlying value that you are supposed to hold as a society that permits a return to continuity after the crisis is over, one of the things you don't want to do is throw away that underlying value. And when you try to justify an act of political violence, you are throwing away that value. So, even from just an optics perspective, this was a disaster. Because when you turn something into a partisan thing, what you essentially do is you invite the audience, even if only subconsciously, to start initiating a game of comparing and contrasting between two different things. And when you look at that, right, let's pretend that you don't have an allegiance to either side. On one side, you have people blaming the other for the fact that Kirk got shot. On the other side, you also have people blaming the other for Charlie Kirk getting shot. But one of the sides is saying, "We will avenge him," and the other side is saying, "Yeah, skill issue." Without any political affiliation, can you possibly come to any conclusion as to which side is going to look maybe a bit more human than the other when it comes to the ability to empathize with the fact that someone had been politically assassinated? And again, I understand that a lot of people may have that knee-jerk reaction of, "Oh, but why Charlie specifically?" I'm not talking about Charlie specifically. I'm talking just in general. If you were to remove this from all sorts of partisan consideration and just look at that rhetorical debate, in quotation marks, that rhetorical dissonance between the two sides, which one would you assume is capable of understanding, grasping even, that something has been lost in this act of political violence? Because make no mistake, even if you don't like Charlie as a person, an act of political violence like this is something that threatens the fabric, that social contract of political violence is not okay. Because if you kill someone for speech, regardless of what that speech is, that is already crossing a line. But if you kill a private citizen for speech, someone who has no lawmaking power, whose only influence and platform is based off of what he can muster with his own rhetoric and relations with others, connections, right? That is a very clear message. And that may not be the message that you intend to send, but it is the message you are going to end up sending. Which is, to anybody who may have looked at Kirk's beliefs and thought, "Wow, this guy is, thought, wow, this guy sounds like me or my family member or whatever. Or even, wow, this guy was, he only believes in that. That's so, what a pussy, right? Regardless of which side of that particular spectrum they land on, they are going to come to the same conclusion, which is, okay, if killing him was alright, that must mean that killing us is too. And that is a horrifying realization when you're living in a democratic society, because that is the complete abandonment of that underlying social value of, political violence is not okay, right? That you still have a civil duty to refrain from using violence, coercion, or force on somebody else simply over a disagreement in opinion. Because at the end of the day, that is what this is. A disagreement in opinion. It was a rhetorical dispute that was not settled via rhetoric. It was settled with a bullet. The biggest mistake at this point is being completely certain that the Bayou have the value that actual moral and decent people ordinarily have. That's fair enough. Principle of a Bayou is to use other people's principle. Baizuo, sorry, yeah. Long story short, it all looks like using better people's principle against them to dodge accountability. Yeah. I mean, that's how I would characterize this as well, right? They said Charlie's death does not matter because he is a literal who an everyday person would casually... Yeah. Again, that fundamental line that cannot be crossed is the idea that you can be or you should be killed for your opinions. Because that does not work. And the thing is, right? And then you had this article by, that was published around the same time by The Guardian, said Charlie Kirk, in his own words, prowling blacks and the great replacement strategy. The far-right commentator didn't pull his punches when discussing his bigoted views on current events. Here's the thing, right? You are more than allowed to criticize, Kirk's views, his opinions, his rhetoric, whatever, right? Even though he's dead. However, when you are publishing an article in that close proximity to when he died, obviously people are going to put two and two together and assume that you are blaming him. You are saying that it is okay for him to have been killed because of what he said. And here's the thing. I, frankly, do not care if words are bigoted or if words are impolite or if words are inconsiderate or callous or cold, because at the end of the day, they are words. And there is very little that you can rhetoric other people into that you can't also rhetoric other people out of. The thing is, if you want to have a society where everyone has an agreement, a shared value of, okay, we'll settle this with our words, then you're going to have to get comfortable with refuting words with words, not words with bullets. And that's the problem, right? Because, like I said, it's very obvious even from the outset that even if you don't believe it is partisan, you can still see how it's political. And turns out, one day after he was shot, September 11th, a suspect was apprehended by the name of Tyler Robinson. Named suspect in Charlie Kirk's shooting, what to know about him and how he was apprehended. Tyler Robinson, the man suspected of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk during a campus event at Utah University, had eluded authorities for more than a day. However, after his father recognized him from photographs distributed by authorities, officials say a series of events ultimately led to the 22-year-old Robinson being taken into custody. Right? Gregory, thank you for the super. I almost reacted this way until I realized the same would have happened on our own and the reactions will be the same. Reminds me of PM Abe. Oh yeah, when Abe got shot. Yeah. So, based off of this, right, pretty immediately apprehended him, presumably took in the important evidence of the the weapon that he used in order to kill Kirk. But then next day, the governor of Utah came out, the Utah Department of Public Safety came out in a press conference, and he reported that they had found with the suspect 4 bullet casings. And these bullet casings were, as I alluded to before, engraved with, messages. And these messages were, quote, "Notices, bulges, oh, what's this?" That was the one casing that was fired, right? 3 unfired, followed by 3 unfired cartridges, which read, respectively, "A fascist catch with the Helldiver," I forget which bomb it was, but, it was one of the Helldiver bomb commands. "Oh, Bella Ciao, ciao ciao," which is a reference to an anti-fascist Italian song, if I remember correctly. And if you read this, you are gay, Lamau. This was the message. Well, this was the contents of the message, right? When you actually look at this as a political killing, in the sense that this was someone exercising a form of power in trying to silence someone whose speech they could not tolerate, the contents of the message do not make any sense. It's incoherent. When you try to string these together, there is, it's very difficult to piece together what the fuck this guy is thinking, right? But the medium is very clear. The medium is a bullet. Was a bullet, sorry. And there is no doubt as to what the message means after this point. Shut up, or we hurt you. That's it. That's the only part of the message that really matters. And that's the problem. Because when the person who shot this bullet, when allegedly Robinson shot this bullet, what do you think people are going to come to the conclusion of? When that is the medium, and one of the messages, one of the few bits of the content that is actually something coherent, is "Hey fascist, catch," and "Oh Bella Ciao, ciao ciao." Don't get me wrong, all of these bear the hallmarks of someone who's terminally online, right? But those two, that is a very specific brand of online extremism. And the thing is, when you don't clarify the message you are sending, right? When you leave it vague and up to interpretation, what do you think people are going to interpret this as? Obviously, what people took away from this was going to be, okay, fascist is now a death label. It's the equivalent of essentially signing off on someone being targeted with an act of politically motivated violence. And of course, because of the fact that they had killed Charlie when he was, relatively speaking, and again, this is something that should be fairly obvious unless you are too lost in the source to comprehend, right? To his audience, and to a good deal of people besides his audience, not even necessarily people who shared his exact political beliefs and perspectives, right? He was viewed as the moderate guy. He was viewed as a moderate conservative. He was the guy who wanted to run around to college campuses talking to people, even if they disagreed. He would appear on the podcasts of politicians who held the complete opposite of his politics. And he got killed. That sends a pretty clear message that whatever Charlie represented, it was intolerable. The problem is, if you are going to simply kill him with this being your calling card, what, people like him actually means is extraordinarily difficult for any one group to control. Let's say that you are someone who is in political opposition to Charlie. Let's say that you are a progressive instead of a conservative. Let's say that you are left instead of right. Let's adopt this, let's adopt this partisan way of processing things for a second, right? What is the message that you are sending with this? Because it's vague enough that it could mean anyone to the right of Charlie. And because of the fact that he's seen as moderate, that's going to be a lot of people. More people perhaps than the shooter even could comprehend. And that is why a killing like this is so damaging to the morale of a country, of any sort of shared space. Because again, what this was not just, it wasn't just some sort of partisan fuck you, right? It was an attack on, a violation of, one of the basic, fundamental, underlying values that society relies upon, an unspoken common rule in order to coexist. Why did I didn't think he was chill get escalated into that doesn't justify murder in the first place? Well, I mean, that's a good question. But well, the interrogation is still ongoing. We'll see what this person has to say. But one of the things that the alleged killer did end up dropping over the past week or so, in an article that was published by the ABC on September 17th. Apparently, Tyler Robinson said that he killed Charlie Kirk because he spreads too much hate. Article's opening reads, Tyler Robinson, who was accused of assassinating conservative influencer Charlie Kirk during an event at Utah Valley University on September 10th, has been formally charged with a slew of offenses, including aggravated murder, with prosecutors announcing the intent to seek the death penalty. Robinson, 22, has also been charged with felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, obstruction of justice, 2 counts of witness tampering, and commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child. I'm assuming that was because of the fact that Kirk was executed in front of his daughter. Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray announced on Tuesday. So, he was executed for being hateful. But again, that is words. When you reply to words with violence, that is a violation of that underlying social contract. People, regardless of their persuasion, even if they are sympathetic to your cause, right? Even if they believe that Kirk was indeed hateful and bigoted, right? They are still going to be scared by what this means. Because, like I said, it is a fundamental value that has been placed under attack with this act of political violence that transcends partisan politics. And here's the thing. When it comes to condemning this, when it comes to understanding the full implications of what a killing like this means, symbolically, rhetorically, one of the things that people have been grappling with in the aftermath of this is the prospect of this possibly getting normalized, because that's the thing that no one wants, right? The last thing anyone rational would want is more acts of political violence. And so the number one thing that everyone has been afraid of in the aftermath of this has been that phenomenon of normalization. However, when it comes to what creates normalization, you usually need a convergence of 2 different things, right? You need something to be common, but just being common does not make it normal, right? In fact, that is part of the logic for me making this stream, which is just because something is becoming more common does not mean it has to become more normal. Because you can still try to push back against it by stigmatizing it, by decrying it, by shaming those who condone, excuse, or justify it. That is what the point of this stream is. However, when it comes to that process of normalization, needing a convergence of two things, something becoming more common and something becoming more accepted at the same time, right? There are two broad groups of people who are responsible for those two things happening to begin with. See, when it comes to normalization of anything, right, especially of violence, right, the two groups of people that tend to be responsible for something becoming normalized are extremists, those who commit the acts of transgression, right? Those who commit transgressive acts, those who commit transgressions, who are directly responsible for making transgressive behavior more common, right? These are the people who are actually doing the thing that is taboo. And if they do it more often, then it becomes more common. Pretty self-explanatory, right? However, just as much of a problem as extremists are apologists. Because while extremists may make breaking the taboo more common, apologists are the ones making it more normal, so to speak. These are people who defend transgressive acts. They are responsible for making transgressions more acceptable. So essentially what ends up happening is, to try and visualize this, the extremists are the ones punching holes in the wall, right? That barrier, that stigma of, certain things we just don't do as a society, right? The extremists are the ones trying to break down the walls, going over those walls, climbing over those walls, etc., etc. But the apologists are the ones stopping other people from putting other bricks in the holes. Because those are the ones going, well, maybe in this case it's justified, or maybe in this case there's a reason why he had it coming, and this is why maybe we shouldn't be as upset about this person being killed, or whatever. Because, again, at the end of the day, whatever you think about the guy, there is still that underlying common value of we don't use violence to respond to words. And yet, if you give that up, what are you signaling to people around you? Like I said before, when you signal to people that you are willing to break that fundamental part of the social contract, to toss away that value of non-violence when it comes to trying to win a battle of rhetoric, what you are signaling is that you don't value the same things as those observing you. And what that leads to is them concluding that reconciliation, continuity, is not possible at the end of the social drama. Because how can you even begin to redress a loss? How can you even begin to decide on compensation when you don't even value the same things? When you don't share the same ideas about the same values? You need a common currency in order to do that kind of thing, in order to have that kind of reconciliatory interaction. And if you signal that you are so out of touch that that fundamental principle is lost on you, what common ground do you have left but force? And that's the problem. That's why, even though violence, coercion, and threat of force can be effective in securing power, it is ultimately self-defeating. Because, well, that just means that there is no continuity, there is only schism. That you see people as an enemy, not as an opponent. And that's the thing about democracy. Your factions can be in opposition to one another, but they cannot be enemies of one another. Because at that point, it's no longer possible to coexist. If someone wants you dead, you can't negotiate with them. And that is the message that this sent to everybody who identified with Charlie Kirk. And that proportion of the population may be much larger than those, around surrounding the killer, those who are defending the killer may be willing to acknowledge. It is disturbing to see someone be killed for speech. At least for those of us who still believe in the value of only responding to speech with speech. Because don't get me wrong, while only using words, there are a lot of things you can do in order to put up a fight, so to speak. You can use rhetoric, you can use sleight of hand, you can use fallacies, you can use propaganda, you can use deception, you can use shame. There's a whole bunch of things you can do, but again, it's words. It's not a bullet through the neck, which is what this was. And so, when you look at the situation, the reason why so many people found this to be very disturbing rhetoric was because of the fact that not only in this situation did you have an extremist, right? Robinson himself, who allegedly committed the act. But you also have apologists. Like, for example, the people directly saying, yeah, it's okay that it happened to him, or he had it coming, or what did he think was going to happen to him? Because that is a normalization of an act of political violence that, again, shits all over that fundamental foundational stigma that keeps society intact. If you don't like a speech, don't engage or even argue past it. Yeah, exactly. This, again, like I said, there are many ways that you can express disagreement with someone else using just your words. If you resort to harming someone, it's the rational conclusion that you simply lack the rhetorical acumen to take on what they are saying head on. I don't believe in censorship, even if their speech is vile, but getting demonetized and punished in accordance with the law is a better solution. Yeah. See, the thing is, when you actually, this gets into what I was about to talk about. Oh, Gregory, thank you for the super. Eileen left because of Indonesian corruption, racial religious minorities. I saw potential of this. This may embolden mutual hostility, death threats, or worse. Yeah. Again, a lot of rational people look at this, and regardless of what their political orientation is, they understand this is a bad thing, right? Because of the message it sends. Because of how scary the prospect of not sharing those foundational values with your fellow citizens that possibility can be. Because, again, when you break one of those fundamental rules, it's not a partisan thing. It's a political thing. It's a civics thing. Right? A political message of that nature cannot simply be overlooked simply because you happen to share some politics with the shooter. Or at least, it's not easy for everybody to overlook, right? Burbo, don't worry, I do too. So, at the end of the day, when you look at the thing that made this so... When you looked at the way that quite a few people were reacting on social media, you were seeing quite a few people who did not share Charlie's political leanings, who were even very much opposed to a lot of the things that he would advocate for, expressing a deep sense of disquiet and discomfort and fear at what the implications of his murder are, I should say. Because again, people were picking up on the fact that the willingness of, especially legacy media, to jump in on the, on the dogpiling, essentially, right? That signaled that perhaps a segment of the population that they have been existing and or voting alongside do not share that fundamental value of, I will not respond to a rhetorical or to a verbal disagreement with force. It's a very basic promise. I won't repay words with violence. It's a very basic premise, but it's something that at this moment When people saw this becoming the norm, that is what leads people to fear that the outcome that's going to come from this is not some sort of continuity, not some sort of return to normality, but the idea that there is a new normal that is about to be created, right? That is what people were worried about, right? People were afraid that the implication of this was that there was a segment of their democratic society that they could no longer reach rhetorically, that they could no longer reach through just talking. And who, more importantly, seem to have given up on the idea of just talking. And that is scary, right? And so, one of the things that was very prominent in the aftermath of Charlie's death was there were a whole bunch of attempts by a whole bunch of different people, all sides of the political spectrum, all different sectors of the public-private industry, all coming out varying degrees of public, in various degrees of public statements, and trying desperately to shame people who were cheering for Charlie's murder. And some people may think that that's weird, right? Some people may think that that's odd, because isn't he a hateful bigot? Or isn't he someone on the other side? Or isn't he just one of many gun violence victims? One of many victims of gun violence, right? And the thing is, the reason why so many people are coming together from all walks of life, all parts of public life especially, to unilaterally shit on the act of celebrating Charlie's killing is because this is a knee-jerk, desperate attempt at restoring that sense of shared value. This is a wounded animal trying to run away from a fatal injury. That is exactly what this is. Because seeing someone die because of what they said, for most people in a democratic society, is going to be traumatic both in what it means, the implications of it, and in the actual act itself, the immediate impact of it, for want of a better way of describing it. The thing is, when people engage in this act of shaming those who are celebrating the fact that Charlie got killed, who are justifying the act of violence that was used to finally silence his speech, this is an attempt at making up for what seems to be an irreparable disconnect in the redress stage of the social drama. Because they are looking around, they are seeing that they are seeing that a, best case scenario, a loud minority does not share the same value. And what they have essentially done is decided to accept that the reality is schism, basically. That this is probably going to be how things go for their society, for their group, their community, the people they choose to surround themselves with. And as a result, now they are selecting for people that they want to surround themselves with. They are selecting out, they are filtering out people who do not share that same value by shaming those who do not act according to it. Right? When people like Shoe on Head, when people like Sam Hyde, when whoever made this website of, called Charlie's Murderers, right? The point of collating, shaming, archiving those who celebrate this act of political violence is to re-establish a stigma against political violence. Like I said, it's about restoring that fundamental shared value. And it's a thing that is not unique to any partisan side. There is, admittedly, a portion on the left, America's political left, that does seem very prone to celebrating this as a good thing. But there are equally, if not more so, other members of the left, like Shu, who view this as abhorrent and do not want it to become normalized, who understand that this is a stigma that is on its last legs, so to speak. And it is a stigma that needs to be nurtured. And so, like I've always said, if you want to shape behavior, you must establish incentives. And the problem with establishing a disincentive, for want of a better way of putting it, I don't even know if that's the right word or a word, to be honest. But if you want to, the problem with establishing a deterrent, let's say, that's probably a better way of putting it. The problem with establishing a deterrent against exercising an act of political violence is, how do I say, the fact that there is already an incentive there, right? You have to compete with a pre-existing incentive in order to establish a deterrent. And the pre-existing incentive is that sometimes violence works. As horrible as it is to acknowledge, as horrible as it is to confront, sometimes violence does result in the acquiring, the attainment of political power, right? And so, when it comes to shaming, when it comes to stigmatizing, that is why the reaction has been so strong. And in my opinion, it is something that I think is reasonable. Because if you want to disincentivize an act of political violence, if you want to disincentivize acts of political violence in general, or even the rhetoric that excuses political violence, that normalizes political violence, you're going to have to go very hard after an ideological opponent of someone who chose to use that method of silencing their ideological opponents is dead. Charlie Kirk is not speaking ever again. And while that is not a victory for society, for some individuals, that is a victory. And that is the problem. That is the thing that, again, democratic society cannot abide. Which is why people have resorted to using their words and shaming. Shaming those who are celebrating this, shaming those who are justifying it, shaming those who are excusing it. Basically, the apologists. And so, in much the same vein, one of the things that this situation exposed, to me at least, is the idea of people perhaps around you that either do not register or do not respect those underlying values that you agree upon as a community, right? Because at its core, what this situation is about is shared rules, shared codes of conduct, things that everyone agrees is or isn't okay. And when it comes to any segment of online discourse, if you're ever talking about anything that's even remotely controversial, there is an underlying expectation, an underlying rule that you are expected to comply with, which is, we don't get violent. We don't use threats. We don't harass people. We don't touch the poo, so to speak. But how do you reinforce that? And again, like I said, it's through stigma. I've been saying this for a while. If you want to disincentivize something, stigmatize and shame it. And most people are able to, even when I posted about this in my community tab and on Twitter, most people could understand what I mean by, shame it and stigmatize it. The only thing that people were, quibbling about or concerned about was what counts as celebrating an act of violence, what counts as excusing an act of violence. And in the interests of wanting to disincentivize similar kinds of violence or rhetoric in my industry, I'm going to give a few examples. One of the knee-jerk responses to me announcing that I was going to talk about this, which I found to be quite interesting, was, oh, why are we expected to mourn or grieve Kirk? That's not what this is. One of the things that I do understand because of the way that online discourse works, especially on social media, because I know that a lot of people get, they get their news from Twitter, and because of the way that Twitter is built, like I've said multiple times before on stream, that you have, in order to maintain the partisan division, I lay all the blame on you for ruining my sleep schedule. I appreciate it, Remy, but I do hope that you manage to get back to sleep. Okay, so yeah, one of the side effects of the way that Twitter is arranged as a social media platform is, like I've said multiple times before, you don't have discrete conversations with people, right? Everything gets jammed together into one soup of discourse, essentially, because everyone is being forced to look at everything if you don't keep a very tight hand on the reins of your algorithm. And even sometimes when you try, it'll fight you. Because if something is capable of making you feel mad or sad or some other strong negative emotion, the algorithm's going to be programmed to show that to you, right? That's just how it works. However, a side effect of people doing their, people getting used to having their discourse with others, social, political, whatever, cultural discourse with other people via social media, is an interesting phenomenon that I've observed is people will come into a conversation with a retort that they had to someone else that they were previously engaging with or looking at, and they will present that retort to you as if you were the one that triggered it. And when I saw some of the people look at my post on announcing the stream, right, and they were saying things like, "Oh, I don't understand why I need to feel empathy for Charlie Kirk, etc., etc., etc." When all I said was, it's basically, and again, I'll go through the actual text of my posts later just to really iron this out, but when I basically just said, it's fucked up that he died, his only crime was speaking and debating people and talking about difficult topics, he was a father and a husband, etc., etc. And people instinctively assumed that I was trying to demand that they empathize or extend compassion or sympathy towards him. But in actuality, that is not what I'm doing at all. I'm not in this to compel speech, but I am in this to stigmatize a certain form of speech using my speech. Because that is how shaming and stigmatizing works. Every single time I have not hidden the name of a bad actor that I discussed in this industry, whether it be a talent, a CEO, a member of staff, whatever. Every single time that I've named them using their public usernames, it's all part of the same thing, establishing a stigma. And here's the thing. When it comes to what is, what I count as, when I talk about all this stuff, when I talk about how, it is something that is worth stigmatizing when people celebrate his killing or justify his killing or excuse his killing, I'm not saying that you have to mourn Kirk. I'm not saying that you have to grieve Kirk. I'm not even saying that you have to hold yourself back from making glib jokes at his passing or observing or disagreeing or criticizing in any way, shape, or form what he said or did in life. But what I am saying is that when you go so far as to celebrate how he died, when you go so far as to justify the manner in which he was killed, that is something that I believe should be stigmatized. For good reason. And so, what do I mean by celebrating, excusing, or justifying? Well, I'll show you some examples of what I don't mean, right? And these are all pulled out of Lumi's stream, your streams. The ones that the examples that you collated, so which was very convenient for me to just have on hand. When I say, someone who's celebrating or someone who's, justifying the way he died, I'm not talking about jokes no matter how distasteful they may be. I'm not talking about people making light of the situation. Because again, some of it might be dark humor, some of it might just be because, they're awful people, but hey, look, we're all allowed to be awful people over something in our lives, right? If this is your choice, that's up to you. That's, while I'm not going to say that it's fine because other people are going to take issue with it, I'm not going to be lumping that in with the main point of the stream, which is celebrating and or excusing or justifying his death and the way he died. This is some examples of what I mean by things that don't cross that line. Charlie Kirk just got slimed. Wait, like slime? Slime is basically a TikTok euphemism for getting killed, I believe. Yeah, slimed IMO. He's probably not going to make it given how quickly he bled. Leaning in my chair, feeling like Charlie Kirk for real. Today's been an absolute pain in the neck. Charlie Kirk has been shot. What's your favorite Otomachi Una song? I come back from the dentist and Charlie Kirk got murdered. Lamau. I'm gonna commission Etsy witches to help me get Twitch partner. This is a reference to a claim that was circulating on the internet that apparently a group of people had hired witches on Etsy to curse Charlie Kirk before he was assassinated. You feel bad for the moots. I feel bad for the moots who have a white fan base. Their comments are getting flooded with people upset they don't give a fuck that he died. Lol. Me trying to keep my mouth shut so I don't get people giving me shit. I don't give two shits about a man who doesn't give a shit about children being shot in schools and war. Fuck Charlie Kirk. If hell exists, may he burn. And finally, I hope they all receive the same care the average American citizen would get in the same situation. Again, is this deplorable? Yeah. Is it despicable? Yeah. But I'm not going to say that it crosses the line into excusing, justifying, or celebrating what happened and how it happened. Right? Because this is all still within the realm of, bad taste, but it's not calling for more. It's not justifying violence. What are examples, though, of justifying violence, calling for more violence, are these. Murder is normally wrong, but at that point you don't even need to keep reading. But what the rest of the paragraph is we have reached a point where being a little coward and trying to take the moral high ground is allowing the repubs to continue destroying the country. We should be more like Nepal. What did they mean by this? Hey, when you live talking out the side of your neck... Again, it's all... Yeah, Lopez, it's something that I've noticed too. The people who come in and they go like, I don't condone violence, but... And then they drop like 8 paragraphs basically saying why this does not count. His opinions went well beyond just opinions when he's actively on campaign to make things worse for everyone. I don't know, dog. I really respect you, but like, Kirk was a horrific individual among many horrid people. A lot of his quote-unquote opinions listed. Why'd you quote-unquote opinions? Why'd you quote-unquote just opinions? Are you saying that people should be killed for opinions? Are you justifying people getting killed for opinions? Because that's a big jump. That's a very big jump. And finally, one of my favorites. As someone who has trauma due to what guns can do to people, having witnessed someone essentially have their body part blown off in front of my eyes, it's upsetting to have to see people making memes out of someone dying due to it. Now, you read that, right, and you assume that that's like, you assume that that's, she's going to say something along the lines of, this is bad, this is distressing, etc., etc. But then they go on to say, the person who passed today was an awful human being and deserved it and more. But I don't want to see actual footage of someone dying on my feed being memed on and it being flipped as, oh, they would do it to you. How compassionate. Okay, I'm better than them. I'm sure you are. Why would I want to do something they do? If I wanted to see that shit, I'd go look right at the right-wing comment sections. I'd expect better from our side on this, but I expect horseshoe theory does have a habit of rearing its ugly head when you least expect it. I get the justification in it all, I just don't agree with the methods being used to justify glorification of violence, which is shit that will be used against the trans community, because that's what always happens. And yeah, Sure, they'll do that anyway, but give them more things to weaponize. What happened to that's the weapon of the enemy? We don't do that. When we refer to their actions, they do to others against them. I don't know. I had to stop streaming the game I wanted to today because I was starting to have a panic attack. I will never condone violence on anyone. The mental dissonance of this tweet. I'm also not an activist, and I'm probably too soft to ever be one. I'm more of an advocate. Sorry if I lost your respect today. I just can't. Saying I will never condone violence on anyone is really a trip to read, after also reading the same person say, the person who passed today was an awful human being and deserved it and more. But who knows? That's a lot of paragraphs. Maybe at some point she forgot where she was in the stream of consciousness. But again, when I talk about justifying what happened, when I talk about justifying how he was killed, this is what I mean. He deserved it and more. His opinions went well beyond just opinions. Murder is normally wrong, but when you live talking out the side of your neck, these are all examples of excusing the violence, right? These aren't calling for more. The same cannot be said for the next batch of tweets, which consist of, can a certain president be next, please? Someone finally clipped Charlie Kirk. Gargoyle-looking ass. Assassinations are so back. Now can you do him next? Him presumably referring to Trump. Another day, another W. With a screenshot of a news article saying Charlie Kirk says gun death's unfortunately worth to keep the Second Amendment. And then the same VTuber replying by saying, don't you love when they get exactly what they asked for? Then another VTuber saying Charlie Kirk got shot, along with a screenshot of the contestants in Squid Game latest season celebrating. And then finally, why do people keep missing their shots, dude? Never mind. Prayer emoji. Pink heart emoji. These tweets glow brighter than the fucking sun. But in any case, if you are going to call for more violence, again, this is the kind of thing that I believe should be stigmatized. And again, this is not a partisan thing. The whole point of this entire exercise is to shame, to stigmatize those who call for more of what had just happened, more political violence. Because again, that breaks that fundamental rule that underpins civil society. And in that vein, right, one of the people who attempted to draw a line in the sand, right, in response to this, one of the people who had an instinctive response of rejecting what has just happened and more of the same, was Straub, who tweeted out, we must reject political violence. If you disagree with someone, you don't harm them. You certainly don't murder them. I'm so disgusted with this world and seeing people cheer, God help us all. Pretty reasonable tweet, and especially understandable in the aftermath of just witnessing someone get killed for their opinions, right? But in response to this, one of the people who seemed to take issue with Straub saying this was Dragon's Treasure, or Dragon's Tea. I don't understand why you would tweet this from your corporate account, especially if you're gonna glow this hard. But in response to Straub saying all of those things, we must reject political violence. If you disagree with someone, you don't harm, you don't murder them. It's disgusting, right? Dragon's Tea said, with all due respect, you are wrong and you need to stop. Only one side has rejected political violence. The other side has used it constantly. When one side is fighting a war, the other side is dying in the war going, I hope no war breaks out. That makes one side fools. Reject posts like this. This mindset will get us nowhere. It will only get us more bodies. Here's the thing, right? Straub didn't say anything about sides. She just said, we must reject political violence. This is what I'm talking about when I say that people enter into conversations and interactions with a retort that they might have cooked up in their head to a previous thing that they saw or engaged with. Because I understand that there were a lot of people going, both sides, initially when this came out, right? And I understand, don't get me wrong, that is irritating to see, but that's not what Straub was saying. She was just saying, reject political violence. And it's the wrong thing to do if you disagree with somebody, right? And in the replies, right, you know, maybe I can look past just this, maybe, right? If it was just, you know, only one side has rejected political violence, the other side has used it constantly when one side is fighting a war, right? That doesn't necessarily mean, you know, he's endorsing, you know, retaliatory political violence. But then someone says in his replies, so you think to win we must fight fire with fire, which in this case, in the context of what he's quote tweeting, what Straub said, fire is political violence. And he replies by saying, with fire and many other things, buddy, you are glowing. You are glowing so bright. It's time to stop. Why would you tweet this from a corporate account? Only fire won't guarantee victory, but ignoring fire guarantees loss. Now look, how do I say this? As a rhetorical device, I understand the appeal of saying to people, fight fire with fire. And I understand the purpose that that tactic is supposed to fulfill, right? Generally speaking, when it comes to fighting fire with fire, and again, I want you to process what I'm saying independently of whatever the fuck T-Man is saying, because it's not the same thing at all. But the whole appeal of the idea of fighting fire with fire, the point of fighting fire with fire, right? In a scenario where responding with a tactic, you know, that has been used previously against you, what it derives its appeal from, right? The point of fighting with fire is not to create the bigger, brighter, hotter fire. It's to burn out all of the fuel, right? The problem is, in this case, the fire in question, the fuel in question, is people. And that is why going fight fire with fire when it comes to political violence is... How do I say this? You're not going to get very far with that kind of rhetoric. And then another reply saying, you've been getting played for decades, and at the height of everyone knowing who's playing both sides, you get course corrected and put back on the plantation. Straub is wrong, however, you have no idea who you're fighting, and only fighting who's acceptable for you to be corralled to. And then to this, T-Man says, and you have no idea who you're talking to. This is way too much Steven Seagal, my guys. Again, when you talk about glowing, when you talk about calling for more, right? This is another example of that. And this is why I said this is not restricted to, you know, partisan politics, right? And this is something that if you're gonna shame and stigmatize, no shit, you're gonna be stigmatizing this as well. Because one, why would you glow that hard? And two, why on corporate? Why would you do it on a corporate account? It just makes no sense to me. This is like biggest PR nightmare. It's just a corporate person that go on a corporate account and fucking glow like the sun. But in any case, on the topic of glowing while being a corporate entity, we get to the next thing, right? One of the accounts that people were talking about who were justifying what happened to Charlie Kirk was an Instagram account that people were linking to Clara from Face, right? And I've had a look at it. I've had a look at the account. I want to remind everybody in this moment, these were public posts on a public account, and the account is linked to a public figure, when I say public figure, I don't mean, I don't mean someone who is connected with a private person. No, I mean this is literally like a stage, well, basically like a stage name that has like an entire wiki dedicated to it, right? And the thing that bothers me is that it is an alt account that people have been discussing in connection with Clara and her previous VTuber identities for more than 2 years at this point. Which means that the people who have been keeping track of this stuff are people who are a part of, an audience that has been following her even before she entered FaZe. And with the amount of time that has elapsed with people knowing of this account, linking it to her, I don't think it is an unreasonable assumption that she is also aware that some of the members in her audience, assuming that the connection to her is indeed legitimate, right? I can't help but conclude that she must be aware that this account is being linked to her or being discussed in connection with her, and that if she posts something publicly on it, people are going to see and talk about it and spread it. Rand Cossack, I don't like the doxing aspect here. See, here's the thing, right? That's why I emphasized this is a public account connected with a public figure. The account, the account that it's linked to, right? It's linked to a public figure that has a wiki page. So if you want to say that, you're uncomfortable with the fact that I'm talking about, alt account or past life as a result, right? That's fair enough. But to call it doxing, I think that's misleading for what this is. Because I have a very clear line against talking about something that has not been posted voluntarily and publicly by the person themselves. And this is publicly posted on a public account linked directly with a public figure. And the thing that makes this worrying to me, right, is when VTubers choose to glow on their alt accounts, right? Doing it in current year is pretty much the worst year that you can choose to do it in. Because of the fact that, especially if you're a corpo VTuber, right? Because last year was when we had the whole segment of events that led to basically, at least in the EN VTubing sphere, the dismantling of the taboo around talking about PLs and alt accounts. So doing it in current year, 2025, right? Taking to an alt that you have good reason to think members of your audience are looking at, are observing, are keeping track of, especially long-time audience members that have been following for multiple years and connecting the two for multiple years, if true, right? This is the worst year to take to that account and post, well, essentially, post glowy shit. Because you have these precedents that now exist in the EN side of the VTubing industry, where time and time again, when companies collapse or for other, reasons, right, in other scenarios, people talk about, people have become very, very open about linking corporate VTubers to their alt accounts, their past life accounts, etc., outright linking the two explicitly even before the VTubers in question have left the company that they announced that they would be graduating from. And on top of that, when it comes to sharing things like information on people who work behind the scenes, like, for example, managers who have been accused of mistreating their talents, there is also multiple cases now to the point where it's basically an accepted norm that if it is deemed in the public interest, then it is acceptable for people to spread around and publicly discuss your alt and PL accounts. Over the past few months, that has become a solidified practice on the EN side of VTubing. Which is why, at least in my opinion, if you're part of a corporation and you know that your account is being connected, right? Again, if true, then why? Why would you post that? Okay, so we start off with, right? The first few things that precede the actual, the post that actually got backlash, the post that actually got people to start discussing things publicly, right? These were, again, this falls into the category of what I talked about before, which is, it's just people talking about their thoughts on Kirk, right? It doesn't have to be positive. It can be profoundly negative if that is what you feel and what you think. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Well, I mean, I'm not going to say there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm not going to persecute you for that, because I don't think that that is an imminent threat to our society. I don't think that's an imminent threat to, the space or whatever, any potential justification of that. No, I don't think that that crosses the line into being something that requires shame and stigma to the same degree as calling for political violence or justifying political violence, right? So she had like these screenshots. This account had these screenshots of a Newsweek article that said Trump ally Charlie Kirk suggests children should watch public executions. And then, the caption being, I'm not going to say it. And then this excerpt taken out of the article saying death penalty should be public, should be quick, should be televised. I think at a certain age, it's an initiation. What age should you start to see public executions, right? And then another screenshot of an Instagram conversation between two people one of them saying, quote, it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment, Charlie Kirk, 2023, after kids were killed in the Tennessee shooting. And then finally, another comment saying, I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage, right? So basically 3 quotes that, I don't think to be charitable, I don't think this is justifying Charlie's death, but more so saying, wow, isn't it ironic that he ended up dying, right? Yeah, Gil Thunder. Funny you should say that. Because I looked at all 3 of these quotes, right? The article about, Kirk supposedly suggesting that children should watch public executions, right? That quote that was screenshotted there. It's worth to have the cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every year, and I think empathy is a made-up term. All 3 of these quotes, I looked up the sources for all 3 of them. And yeah, they are taken wildly out of context. We're going to go through that. So this is why I don't really... I look at something like this, and I don't blame the person themselves for, I have a good bit of distance from the situation, so I don't blame them for simply eating this up because of the fact that, it's just, it's accepting at face value quotes that have been taken out of context by somebody else first. So I can understand not really looking too deep into it, especially if you dislike the person already. However, for the sake of just setting the record straight on these quotes in particular, because of what they precede, the first claim, that Charlie suggests children should watch public executions, that claim and that supposed quote is taken out of an episode of his podcast called Thought Crime, a segment where he discusses, a specific, where he basically discusses specific hypotheticals, right, on his podcast. Specifically episode 33, titled The Big Fanny Whammy, Glee, Kill Pedos, originally streamed February 15th of this year, and the segment that the quote is taken out of happens between 49 minutes, 19 seconds, and 52 minutes, 13 seconds. And I have the VOD as well, so hold on, let me just pull this up. Every single rebuttal against Kirk's so-called opinions is just a quote taken out of context. Yeah. This all happened way back during the Trump incident too, by the way. Oh, don't worry, Xanthropy. I know about that. The only reason I didn't talk about it though was because it didn't break containment. I can't really say the same thing about this though, at least not in good conscience. So hold on, let me pull this up. All right, give me a second to switch tools. Okay. So, the context for
Is
this
Jack?
the context for this specific clip is that this was a conversation between 4 people. And the thing that they leave out is how much of the so-called getting kids to watch executions comes from Kirk himself. Because this is when they start segueing into a topic about how public executions are handled.
The last time that in Belarus they used capital execution here was in 2019, and it was by firearm.
Yeah, that's how you should. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many
too
appeals.
expensive.
It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised.
Well, this can't be right, can it? The last execution in France was guillotine in 1977.
100% true. They used the guillotine
Until
the whole way.
77?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
There's videotape of it.
Honestly, that's like what we should be doing, and I agree. It should be public
And
it should be
televised.
public square.
By the way, you could sell. You could fund
force
the
kids
government
to watch it.
You could have like.
Did you guys hear that? Where's Kirk? He's over here. Far left. Yeah, that's Kirk. That's Kirk. So the bit about getting kids to watch.
And it was by firearm.
Yeah, that's how you should. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many
too
appeals.
expensive.
It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised.
Well, this can't be right, can it? The last execution in France was guillotine in 1977.
100% true. They used the guillotine
Until
the whole way.
77?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
There's videotape of it.
Honestly, that's like what we should be doing, and I agree. It should be public
And
it should be
televised.
public square.
By the way, you could sell. You could
force
fund the
kids
government
to watch it.
It wasn't that bit about getting kids to watch executions. That wasn't even suggested by Charlie. It was suggested by somebody else.
You could have like brought to you by Coca-Cola. And no, I'm not kidding. By the way, I would totally tune in to see some pedo get their head chopped off. Convicted by a jury
By
of
the way,
peers.
all-
That's gonna get
No,
closed
I'm talking about a real thing. I'm not talking
All
about
executions in Belarus are by firearm. That's
No,
not a choice or anything.
Andrew's saying don't make kids watch it, and I think no, the
Well, I
absolute
think at a
opposite.
certain age, it's an initiation.
16,
Why
if you
not?
can
I think-
drive, you can
No,
watch
but hold
it.
on.
Not
You
even
see,
16.
If
I would
all of a
say-
sudden you look at some of these savages.
See, did you hear the tone in which he said that, right? Hold on.
Andrew's saying don't make kids watch it, and I think no, the
Well, I
absolute
think at a
opposite.
certain age, it's
At
an
a-
initiation.
16,
Why
if you
not?
can
I think-
drive, you can
No,
watch
but hold
it.
on.
Not
You
even
see,
16.
If
I would
all of a
say-
sudden you look at some of these savages, like in Indiana, there was this guy that went in and killed a pregnant woman and her 3 kids.
Yeah.
And you know what? I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. You think children should have? You should see it. What is the age?
He actually is responding to someone else suggesting it as a joke, and he's taking that hypothetical, right? And he's indulging it. He's going, okay, if you say that we should make kids watch public executions, what do you think the age of that? You know, what age do you think they should be? You know, they should be made to watch them.
At what age should you start to see public executions?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12,
Whenever-
like 6th grade or so. You are a person, you know, they're old enough to.
Look at his face. Like, what? Like, this is context you'd never get if you didn't actually look at the source that they pulled that out of as well. Like, look at his expression.
You don't need to like really wallow in it and have them be broken on a wheel or anything. But if it was something like chopping, you know, if we had a guillotine or something.
Oh wait, he's out of frame. Okay, wait, sorry. This is too zoomed in. Hold on. Let me adjust the dimensions. Ooh, sorry. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. Let me go back to. Okay, hold on. Let me switch scenes and then adjust. Hold on. Apologies for the scuff, but trying to figure out exactly. Oh, okay, never mind. That's oh wait, that is the edge. Okay, hold on. All right, let me rewind a little bit just so it shows. Okay. All right.
See public executions.
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12,
Whenever-
like 6th grade or so. you are a person, they're older.
All right. Is that? Can you guys? Oh yeah, it should be showing up on the OBS.
Enough to you don't need to like really wallow in it and have them be broken on a wheel or anything. But if it was something like chopping, if we had a guillotine or something,
I think it's the age where they can't be, I think there's too early and you become desensitized to maybe like this. I think it's when you can actually embrace.
But it should also be taken
meaning.
in a holy way.
The meaning.
No, I don't mean holy in a bad way. I mean that like this is heavy.
Like this is
bluntly,
the meaning
we
of
have
it.
kids who are 14 who are committing carjackings in
100%.
cities and doing
Yes.
bad stuff. And I think
Yeah, you're
if
probably
you sent
right.
the
Maybe
message to
they're
them, if you do a bad crime, you will die, and it will be like this, and that
No,
will
but
be
just-
you.
just
But I
for-
think it
would be
tears
a
down.
positive message.
So
If-
my argument would be younger people get involved with that because they're with around older people who do those things.
I want you to imagine
And gangs.
every day, all of a sudden they said, and today, remember that awful the guy that went and shot up a school? Because, left hates school shooters, and so do we. But they focus on the gun. I think they're evil. So, you take one of these school shooters, and they say, today we're going to publicly execute this person. And
About
they read
the
off.
Super Bowl.
No, yeah, the shooters at the Super Bowl thing, and you read off what they did.
parade, not
and
the- not
you
the-
you don't celebrate it. You just say, look, this is what they did, and if you do this, this will be your fate. Ready, set, go. Boom, end of life, and say.
Guillotine.
And I just a
Scared
question.
Straight used to be a whole TV show.
No, but
like,
I-
this is
as a
Scared
question-
Straight forever.
All right. So that was the context of that particular claim / quote by that that Newsweek article. And I think a lot of people, based off of seeing how you guys responded in chat, I think it was quite obvious that when he asked, okay, if you say that we should make kids watch public executions, what age would you start them on that regimen? I think it's pretty obvious that he wasn't seriously entertaining the notion of making kids. I don't think he suggests children should watch public executions at any point during that conversation. Even when he's indulging it, he's still kind of jokingly pushing back at most. Apologies for the lagginess of the stream, by the way. Unfortunately, that's just a side effect of me streaming this. So, yeah, exactly. It's not a serious discussion. Yeah, he's just taking the piss. And so, while I was looking this up, right, while I was trying to find the source for this particular claim, one of the ironic things to come out, this headline has aged so poorly, because it turns out that the age in which some people would show kids public executions is not actually 16. It's not even 14. It is apparently grades 5 to 6. Because not too long ago, on September 13, 2 days after Kirk was executed in front of his own daughter, CBC published an article titled Toronto Teacher Under Investigation After Allegedly Showing Video Related to Charlie Kirk Shooting. Teacher has been relieved of duties during an investigation, says school principal. A teacher at Toronto school has been temporarily relieved of their duties after allegedly showing students a portion of violent video related to the shooting death of right-wing commentator Charlie Kirk. The incident happened at Corvette Junior Public School on Thursday, says a letter to parents from Principal Jennifer Copty. Students in grade 5 and 6 were shown the video once after asking the teacher about a recent tragic event in the United States, Copty said. The Toronto District School Board confirmed to CBC that the video was related to Kirk's death. So, yeah, that's disturbing. But it's so morbidly absurd that I don't know how Kirsha does this, to be honest. Like, if I had to read all of this shit stream after stream, day after day, holy fuck, I'd go insane. Truly a Canada moment. You know, on the a little bit of a side tangent, but I was I was doing a little bit of idle research in my own time, and I fell down the rabbit hole of how Canada is advertising their euthanasia services. I was looking at MAID ads and MAID flyers that Canada was putting out. And I mean, like, holy shit. I have never seen such dystopian absurdism as I did when I saw a flyer that had been put out by, I don't know if it's the Canadian government or some hospital in Canada, where it was like a side-by-side of this is what suicide is, and this is what MAID is. And this is why the two things, when put side by side, are totally different from one another in every conceivable manner and in all of the important parts. And it was something along the lines of, on one side you had suicide, which is, oh, people do when people kill themselves, then they leave their family bereft and sad. And when people kill themselves using government assistance, everyone knows what's going on and everyone's informed and ready when it hits. Like, it's so... Watching someone try to spin state-sanctioned suicide is truly nothing prepares you for the level of morbid absurdity that ends up creating in your head. But in any case, the next quote was, "It's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun debts." And this was sourced from a talk that Kirk did in Awaken Church SLC. It was basically like a speaking event at, I believe, a church in the area. And if you want to check out the full VOD and confirm this for yourself, there is an audio recording of this entire event hosted on Awaken Church's website. And the section that this quote is taken out of, funnily enough, this quote is taken out 1 minute at the end of a extended response that Kirk delivered to someone asking, how do we convince people that the Second Amendment is worth keeping even after a school shooting happens? And Kirk's answer, as you can tell by the timestamp, is very long for that one question. It's not just, it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some guns and nothing else, right? It's basically like a 4-minute, 3-minute response. And there was also a transcript that was recorded. It's currently hosted on Snopes, which is where I took the screenshots from. But the full exchange between Kirk and the member of the audience that was asking this question was, someone in the audience comes up to the microphone and says, "How's it going, Charlie? I'm Austin. I had a question related to Second Amendment rights. We saw the shooting that happened recently, and a lot of people are upset, but I'm seeing people argue for the other side that they want to take our Second Amendment rights away. How do we convince them that it's important to have the right to defend ourselves and all that good stuff?" So there were 3 things that were going on in this question. One, a school shooting had just happened. 2, in response to the school shooting, people are, saying that we don't, trying to say that we should give up the Second Amendment rights. And 3, how do we convince them that the Second Amendment rights are still worth keeping even after, even in the aftermath of a school shooting? And, there is an implicit question, which is, there's an implicit assumption in that question, which is the Second Amendment is about defending ourselves, just in general, right? With guns. And when Kirk responds to this question, he says, "Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. So I'm a big Second Amendment fan, but I think most politicians are cowards when it comes to defending why we have a Second Amendment. This is why I would not be a good politician. Or maybe I would. I don't know. Because I actually speak my mind. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment is not even about personal defense. That is important. The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government. If that scares you, if that talk scares you, wow, that's radical, Charlie. I didn't know about that. Well, then, you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Number 2, you've not read any 20th century history. You're just living in Narnia. By the way, if you're actually living in Narnia, you would be wiser than wherever you're living, because C.S. Lewis was really smart. So I don't know what alternative universe you're living in. You just don't want to face reality that governments tend to get tyrannical, and that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families. Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price, and that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road each year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. You could significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society where you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. That is drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have the cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then, how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, "Oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings?" I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How do we stop all the shootings at airports? We have armed guards outside of airports. How do we stop all the shootings at banks? We have armed guards outside of the banks. How did we stop shootings at gun shows? Notice there's not a lot of mass shootings at gun shows. There's all these guns. Because everyone's armed. If our money and our sporting events and our airplanes have armed guards, why don't our children? Again, you can disagree with him, right? But to frame this as him trying to justify a school shooting because the Second Amendment, that's not what this is. And when he said, now some people have been pointing out, oh, isn't it ironic that Kirk said, I think it's worth it to have a few gun deaths every year so we all get to keep the Second Amendment, and he ended up being one of the, gun deaths? Yeah, sure. You can say that that's ironic because, well, frankly speaking, I can see the irony in that. But at the same time, to present this as, like I said, to present this as him advocating for, excusing, or saying that, it's a one-to-one trade between school shootings and everyone getting to keep their guns, that's not an accurate representation of what he was saying at all. No, I think I'll reduce the 4 minutes down to 12 seconds. Of course. I'm just waiting in the hospital lobby. Yeah. The college he was assassinated at was a gun-free zone as well. Yeah, that's the thing, right? He says, you'll never get gun deaths down to zero with an armed citizenry. Like, the sad fact is, even if you don't have an armed citizenry, you still won't get gun deaths down to zero. We have gun deaths in Australia all the time, and the government took away guns from Australians a long time ago. And we still have people getting shot all the time. Although, that being said, there has been a bit of a meta update in Australia as of late. So now it's stabbings instead of shootings. So it's the same problem that the UK is having. You're not going to get rid of mass killings just by getting rid of guns. Yes, you might be able to get rid of an efficient manner of conducting mass killings, but it's not the weapon itself that determines whether someone is murderous. It's just that murderous people find weapons to use. Yeah, exactly. Reminder that criminals do not follow the law. Exactly. And then the final quote is, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term. And the source of this quote is an episode of The Charlie Kirk Show called Don't Believe Your Lying Eyes, Everything is Fine, Bannon, Sheriff Lamb, Patel, West, which was originally streamed on October 12th, 2022, and it occurred between 36 minutes 9 seconds and 36 minutes 54 seconds. Now, I have seen people circulating a quote online where it's an extension of this, but it's followed by him saying something along the lines of, I don't like sympathy because I prefer compassion. Sympathy is when you try to feel the pain of someone else, and that's not possible. I haven't been able to find the source for that long extended quote. But in the original source that this is taken out of, it is longer than just, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. There is a little bit more to that. It's not a lot more, but it is enough to change the context than it sounds, change the context of how it sounds rather than as it is presented right there. So, let me pull this up. All right. Hold on, let me...
So the new communication strategy for Democrats, now that their polling advantage is collapsing in every single state. It's collapsing in Ohio. It's collapsing even in Arizona.
Billy, thank you for the super. Dang, if only they banned murder. Oh, wait. Yeah, wild that no one's ever thought of that idea before.
It is now a race where Blake Masters is in striking distance. Kerry Lake is doing very, very well. The new communication strategy is not to do what Bill Clinton used to do, where he would say, I feel your pain. Instead, it is to say, you're actually not in pain. So let's just, a little, very short clip. Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time. Here's cut 65.
And that is the end of the quote in its entirety. When you hear the entire thing, and you hear the bit where he says, I don't like empathy, I think it's a made-up New Age term, I think it does a lot of damage, it's been abused in politics, I much prefer the term sympathy. It becomes obvious, that last little bit is only a few seconds long, but with the inclusion of that, it becomes quite obvious that when he said this, he wasn't dismissing the idea of any sort of compassion towards someone who's just gone through something or suffered something. He was engaging in a semantic argument, a semantic complaint about how empathy as a term is used in politics or in political conversations. And so, none of this is really down to... It's such a... It's wild how just a tiny section of the quote completely changes the connotation of what is being said. But that is exactly what happened in that extract of what he said. Now, again, I have no idea where the quote that is currently circulating online of him going into detail about it, because he did say that he's going to go into more detail at a later date or for a later conversation. And I have seen people circulate a different version of this where it's something along the lines of, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term, does a lot of damage, I much prefer sympathy or compassion. Empathy implies that, and then all the stuff about feeling other people's pain and how that's not possible. I don't know where that quote came from. I've been looking for the source for that for the past few days and I haven't been able to find it. So if anyone does have that quote, if anyone can find the original source for that, I would love to see it. But I think even this short version of it, I think it shows that he wasn't dismissing the whole idea of compassion. It's just semantics, basically. So at the end of this, right, you have 3 quotes, all of them that have been taken, I think, grossly out of context from their original source, and they're being spread around as reasons as to why Kirk is a horrible person. And again, I don't think it's worth saying that whoever's doing this is I don't think it's on the people who are simply taking it at face value. Do I think it's dumb? Yeah, but I don't really blame them for it either, right? This is not what I mean when I say people celebrating, excusing, or justifying the death of Kirk. However, the same cannot be said for what gets posted after this on this Instagram account, which is this. So a response to a DM of the previous segment of the Insta story, right? Someone DMs this Instagram account and says, couldn't have happened to a more deserving person, to be honest. But this level of political violence feels so dangerous. This is someone who's like, they still have a little, they're hanging on to an awareness of the fact that this is a really, really bad precedent to set when it comes to just social political discourse in general, right? Like, yeah, you can hate Kirk as a person, you know, you can be justified in feeling that way, but if someone's going to commit an act of political violence against Kirk, I don't think that's cause for celebration. But then the Instagram account replies saying, no rights were ever won without violence, which again, that's not true. But on top of that, when you put that in context of couldn't have happened to a more deserving person, and the person in question was just shot for an opinion, basically. Well, not an opinion, that's not fair to say. For his opinions, let's say. No rights were ever won without violence comes off as saying, yeah, it's okay. It was justified. The left in America needs to remember that the Second Amendment also applies to them for now. What does that mean? What did she mean by this? And it was literally created for this exact reason. Now, that is the part where it starts to sound less and less questionably so, like an endorsement of what happened. That starts to sound like you saying, yeah, if more happens, it's probably justified. And that is something that you don't especially considering the optics of what this means for just basic coexistence in society. It's not a good idea. Rand, that's why I'm saying this has only been discussed in connection to her, right? It's not on main. I agree. And this is why I've also come to the conclusion I have about this, which is that in the aftermath of this, right? So this account posted that little bit, and a few hours later posted up a follow-up to this, responding to a different DM to this, right? And in this DM, the person says, yeah, I hate that it has come to violence like this. I wish we could all recognize each other's humanity and live peacefully, but I've seen very few on the right willing to accept people who are different. And then you have this extended response saying, I agree, I always say it, but to be clear, everyday people are not the ones to be angry at. The people who are creating chaos and causing suffering are the problem, not the people who with no power who are just repeating it. People are brainwashed, but that doesn't mean they're completely horrible people. They genuinely believe that what they're being told. The people in power don't believe that what they're saying, though. They know they're hurting people, even their supporters, and they enjoy it because it lines their pockets. They know they're actively trying to take away people's rights. Someone wanting guns isn't a reason for death. Someone being pro-birth isn't a reason for death. Someone hating gays isn't a reason for death. Someone just being an asshole in general is their right. You don't have to talk to them, though. I wasn't even keeping up with Charlie, to be honest, loud as he was. I don't think he was dangerous, but he thought school children were a justified sacrifice for lax laws and didn't believe in empathy, so I will point out the irony. I don't think people should die for speaking, even if what they're saying is incredibly dumb. I don't get excited by the idea of violence. I don't even enjoy gore, and I've never been in a physical fight. But the truth is, a lot of rights and freedoms would not exist today if it weren't for very brave people of the past. It's a very sad reality. I really hope the US can turn things around before it gets to that point, for everyone's sake. Here's the problem that I have with this, right? It's not that she said this on an alt, because if it was just on an alt, I don't think anyone would care. Right? Or at least I don't think anyone but, schizos would care. But the problem is that this is an alt that's been connected with her for years. People know about this and have been talking about this alt in connection with her for years in a way that has preceded even her current corporate identity. If this is, like I said, if this is indeed Clara. And again, when it's been that long, you would probably assume that at some point she's aware that this account is being connected with her VTuber identity. And if she's still posting this, like, why? Why? That's what I don't understand. It's just in general, right? In general, glowing like this is, again, it is rightfully stigmatized because you're basically saying, yeah, no rights were won without violence. The left has access to the Second Amendment for now. And it was literally created for this exact reason. What exact reason? Shooting a commentator while he's sitting in front of a bunch of uni kids? Like, this is why I don't understand. It's just the level of casual extremism in stuff like this is it's just jarring. And again, this is something that only gets said because it's become normalized, right? This is something that only gets said because people have gotten used to just saying things like, "Oh yeah, if they're fascists, just kill them, punch a Nazi," right? It's the same thing here, where even in the long response, trying to, I view this as like walking back the earlier thing about, this is why we have the Second Amendment. The left has access to the Second Amendment for now, right? But the thing is, in this, she says, it's the people who are in power who are the problem, but never specifies who people in power actually is. Whether that's, politicians, is that, just very popular podcasters? Like what? What is this? Who are people in power? It's the same problem with the way that people say things like punch a Nazi or shoot a fascist or bash the fash or whatever. Like, okay, sure, great, congratulations. But like, who is that exactly? And it's just, again, like I said, there's a degree of nonchalance around this, which is disturbing in light of what has happened. And again, the reason why I'm talking about this is because this is what got people to start talking about this account publicly and publicly connecting this account to Clara outside of places like 4chan or whatever, because there, it is what it is. Like, it's who knows, right? But at this point, it's, again, if you're a corporate talent, why would you say this on an alt that you know is being watched? This is part of like a broader thing that I don't quite understand about VTubing convention, where a lot of people will use alts that have the same audiences as their mains. And to a certain extent, I get why, I get why you would want to have an alt, and even an alt that's public, right? Not an alt that's set on private or something, or an alt that only has mutuals with like other content creators or whatever. Like, I understand why you'd want an alt, but what I don't understand is why you would have an alt. Very likely know that the same audience that watches you on your main is also keeping track of your alt and discussing the two in tandem with one another, or in connection with one another, and you would still end up publicly posting things on your alt that you wouldn't publicly post on main. Like, that's what I don't understand. If you're going to keep that separation, keep it and enforce it. If you're going to just, if you're going to make it pretty much the same, then, I mean, why make the alt? I guess maybe for branding reasons, but I hardly say that something like this is for branding reasons. Because it's, like I said, something like this is going to be a liability, because you can see even in the DMs that this person is responding to, right? These are people who share her political beliefs. These are people who share her political opinions, and they are still worried about what this execution means. These are still people who view that act of political violence and go, yeah, something's not right. This is kind of dangerous. It's scary. And yet, it's still, the urge to justify it is just too strong, I suppose. But in any case, then we get to the whole problem of, okay, the fact that this has managed to make it into, this is broken containment and more people are talking about this. And the reason why I was going to talk about this was because people have been showing up under FaZe Connect's replies and essentially just hounding them about, oh, fire Clara. If you don't fire Clara, then that must mean you agree with all of her ideas, etc., etc., etc. Now, Rand brought up a very valid point earlier on, which is this is on alt. This is not on main. And for that reason, I do not think, personally, that it would be a good idea for FaZe to fire Clara because of this. I don't want FaZe to fire Clara because of this. I don't want FaZe to even publicly acknowledge that this is going on. Because the problem is, they are in a bit of a lose-lose situation as a company. One thing that I will say, especially in light of seeing how many people on Twitter are just going on to FaZe's replies and just spamming the same thing about, firing Clara. Just, look, if you want to be able to protest this, let me make something very clear. This is not the way to do that. It's not going to have any sort of tangible effect. It's going to make everybody hate what you're saying, not because it's right, but because it's annoying, right? If you want to protest something, do it using your own platforms. And also, if you want someone to see your protest, remember that it goes from being something that revolves around your own personal feelings of catharsis to being about optics. If you want to protest something and you intend for others to see it, be polite. This is not how you get shit done. Especially not by spamming it in posts that are completely unrelated to the thing that you're complaining about. And so, the thing is, right, with FaZe at the moment, assuming that this is indeed Clara's ult, right? The reason why I don't want them to do anything is because if they were, let's say, for example, hypothetically, let's say they do fire her because of this, right? It comes off really bad because it sends out a signal that they are a company that is going to crack to external pressure. And the thing is, when you do that as a company, you introduce a dangerous degree, you compromise to a dangerous degree your ability to make internal decisions independently of your audience. And that's not a good thing. Because while you do want to have a symbiotic relationship with your audience, you don't want to let your audience dictate absolutely everything that you do. And something like this is a major enough decision that it would be a pretty big step. And the other thing is, when people say, oh, if you don't fire her, then that must mean you agree with everything she says and believes. Let's be honest, that's not how it works, right? We all know this. Anyone who's saying that is either being facetious or they don't watch FaZe. And to be completely blunt, I very much doubt that people, all of the people who are going over to every one of FaZe's posts and just spamming their replies, I very much doubt that even the majority watched Clara prior to this point, right? But I will say that, I don't want them to do anything that is publicly discernible because of the fact that it would send out that message. But I would hope, and at this point, I think FaZe has run itself solidly enough that as a fan, I'm willing to believe that something along these lines is happening. That I hope that at some point behind the scenes there is a discussion about this, because this is only going to become more and more of a liability as time goes on, because of things like fraying political climate, but also things like when you advocate for things like political violence, like I've said multiple times throughout the stream, it's not a partisan thing. And as a result, it has the potential to alienate people based off of more than just a partisan basis. Because when people see, oh yeah, violence is okay sometimes when it comes to a disagreement in opinion, that's something that's going to alienate a lot of people regardless of what their politics are. And when it comes to, essentially poking holes in the brand, that's a pretty big set of holes. The other thing as well, the other reason why I dislike when I dislike the whole argument of what's it? Oh, if you don't fire, if your company doesn't fire her, that must mean that you and everyone else working under you agrees with everything that she said and believes. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Companies don't have a sense of morality. FaZe is not an exception to that rule. You might say that the people who are running it have a sense of morality, personal sense of morality, sure. But the company, the corporate entity, FaZe, does not. It's a fucking company. It doesn't make decisions based off of right or wrong. It makes decisions based off of what's profitable and what's not. FaZe is indeed the company that supports and hosts some of my favorite VTubers, yes. But it's still a company. It's not exempt from that fundamental rule. So, the thing is, whenever a company listens to a bunch of people complaining about an employee and then they end up just terminating them, terminating whoever the person is complaining about, that's not because the company has suddenly found a moral backbone. It's because that is what they predict will make them more money in the long term. Right? And that's the thing. This leads me into what should you do if you actually do want to protest this behavior, which is very simple. If you want to express your disapproval, do it in your own spaces. This is why I'm trying to express this in as clear a manner when it comes to articulating why I think this is a problem as possible. But if you really want to make this, if you want to express your disapproval, the simplest way to do it is don't buy and don't watch. Because, like I said, remember, you are communicating with a company. You're not talking to a person who is orchestrating things behind the scenes, per se. You are making a point to a company. And if you want to make a point to the company, the way you do it is using your wallet. Just unsub. Just don't buy, don't watch. Don't even watch when you have, don't even watch if you are, don't even watch it without membering or anything like that. Just don't engage, right? Because even if you watch, you're still donating your time, and that time is still a metric of, that is a metric of you provide. That is a metric that you provide, and if you don't want to provide that metric, don't engage. Don't do that thing where you go around to other people and tell them not to watch or whatever. But exercise your own right to protest and express your disapproval by, if you want to do it in a way that will be seen, try to make it articulate, try to be polite. And if you want to do it privately, do it via your wallet. Do it by denying your watch time, denying your money, and that's the simplest, most effective way of actually protesting. If this is something that bothers you. Hounding FaZe in the replies on Twitter, hounding other talents, even hounding Clara herself on Twitter, that's not going to do anything. That is extremely counterproductive. Not least because when you do that, no shit people are going to dig their heels in deeper, because fuck you. Remember that reactance theory is very real. So as a result, what's going to happen is, it's very likely people are going to see that and they're going to, just based off of personal principle, decide to do the opposite of whatever you're asking for. Watch, sub, and buy merch, but only ironically. Yeah, nah. I mean, I get what you're saying. I know you're joking. Don't worry. But yeah, no. If you really do have an issue with one talent in a corporation, right? Just don't contribute to their metrics. It's that simple. If you think that they are a PR liability, articulate it in your own spaces. If you intend for it to be seen, like I said, articulate it politely. Explain why, with reasoning. If people are looking for feedback, they will find it. If they are not looking for feedback, trying to shove it in their face is not going to make them more likely to accept it. Which is why I've taken to my own channel to talk about this instead of just going on Twitter and fucking blasting. But yeah. So, long story short, I don't want this to become a normalized behavior in the industry that I operate in. Because I know this is a hot take, apparently, but advocating for violence over differences in opinion, I think that is a line that, in general, is one of those fundamental rules you just don't break. It's one of those things that people abide by even if they do have differences in opinion and perspective, I would assume. And at the end of the day, this is all about shared rules and why they need to be obeyed. This is all about why taboos, stigmas, and shaming exists as a tactic to enforce those rules. Because if you don't want to enforce using literal force, the best thing to do is to enforce using things like stigma, like shame, like using your words to articulate why you don't like something. You don't have to be abrasive, although even if you are, that doesn't mean you deserve to die. But again, when it comes to exercising the ability to shame, to express disapproval of, to stigmatize, to point out examples of bad behavior and go, this is something that should not happen, this is something that should not be celebrated, this is something that should not be excused or justified because of XYZ. I think that is important. And I've said previously that I believe that if you want to enforce a certain standard of conduct, or even if you just want to disincentivize bad behavior, you are going to have to establish those incentives and deterrents. And I think that shame is a hell of a lot better of a deterrent than violence. I think stigma is a hell of a better of a deterrent than fear for your life. And when it comes to defending against people who would either commit acts of violence or defend acts of violence, I think that it is deserved to point at that and say, in your own spaces, yeah, that's fucked up. I don't think that should be a thing. Because at the end of the day, taboos exist for a reason. And taboos against violence exist for a very important reason. And to sort of tie this back to the whole point about, having a civil society and democracy in general, right? One of the things that's a bit disturbing to see people not seem to comprehend about the Kirk shooting, especially amongst the people who are actually celebrating it, is, like I said, a lot of those same people don't seem to understand why others are reacting so strongly against others who are celebrating. A lot of the people who are celebrating don't seem to understand why people, quote unquote, on the right are saying, yeah, we can't coexist with these people anymore. And that's because, like I said, a democracy can abide opposing factions, but it cannot abide enemy factions. And when it comes to the difference between an opponent and an enemy, you do not celebrate the death of an opponent because their death means that your competition is over and it ended not with your victory, but with their absence. The only people whose death you would celebrate are those you view as an enemy. And when people see you doing that, they come to the natural conclusion that you view them as an enemy. And of course, with that in mind, they no longer view negotiation, reasonable dialogue, coexistence as possible. And that's the reason why I think these attempts at re-establishing the stigma against political violence, against using violence as a retort to speech, is important. This is why I think that it is something that deserves attention. This is something that I think should be practiced. Now, I understand that not everyone's going to agree with that, but at the same time, how do I say this? collective rules, shared rules, need to be enforced somehow. And the problem is they don't get enforced through just asking nicely. I've also seen quite a few people looking at instances where, and again, I'm not talking about instances where someone's been punished for a joke, right? But I'm specifically talking about cases where people have suffered some sort of social repercussion for celebrating the death or saying that it was good or justified or that more should happen, right? In those instances, I've seen people refer to that as cancel culture, right? And I think that that is only a half-accurate description. Because one of the reasons why I keep going on and on about not viewing politics through the lens of partisan, that partisan two-side tit-for-tat thing is because when you look at politics as simply the exercise of power, you are able to examine things on a deeper level than just, oh, this is similar to something I've seen in the past, which is a good starting point. But if you want to understand why people are doing things, right? One of the ways in which you can break down a discussion of one of the ways in which you can break down, the motivations behind why people are going about trying to get others ostracized for, a certain thing, right? Is you can break down that particular way of approaching shaming, that particular way of approaching stigma. Because make no mistake, that is what quote unquote canceling is, right? Canceling is effectively a mechanism of power, right? Mechanisms in and of themselves are not moral or immoral. They don't have a morality. It's like describing the morality of a pair of scissors, right? They are just a tool. The question is, what is that tool being used to do? What is the stigma being built up against? And we've seen some of the things that people have used that tool to stigmatize before, right? People have stigmatized the use of, in my opinion, the most monetized slur in human history. People have used that to stigmatize playing a particular video game. People have used that to stigmatize quoting crime statistics. People have used that to stigmatize, having certain political views that are towards the right of Mao. And so for a long time, when people thought of that particular mechanism of canceling, they only ever connected it with those cultural reasons. Because what those instances of, canceling, what that uses of the mechanism were doing was attempting to build up a new stigma, right? They were attempting, people who were utilizing that specific tool, what they were doing politically was trying to build up a new set of stigmas and then essentially construct that from scratch. What is being done here, right? What we're doing here is we are stigmatizing something that is already there, or at least something that we thought was already there, right? Which is an agreement that violence is not an acceptable response to speech and opinions. That is why everyone is coming together and going, yeah, no, if you are saying this is okay, we're going to stigmatize, we are going to shame, we are going to try to create those negative incentives to essentially deter people from adopting this rhetoric, from adopting this attitude, from rewarding the kind of behavior that results in assassinations, right? Not even just assassinations, but assassinations deliberately designed to send a political message. And that's the thing. I can understand if people disagree with the mechanism, right? That's understandable. But the thing that I was surprised by some of the responses to me talking about doing the stream was the fact that some people went, why are you adopting a canceling? Why are you doing a cancel culture thing, right? And thing is, I have already been doing that. Every time I talk about a bad actor in the industry, corporate entity, individual person, CEO, talent, staff, whatever, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm naming, I'm shaming, I'm stigmatizing, and I'm explaining why I disapprove of it. It's the same thing. The thing that I guess it makes a bit more sense is when people come into this, it's instantly, you know, I feel like people are very wary about getting partisan politics shoved down their throat, which is understandable, right? But again, like I said, I don't think this is a partisan thing, right? And if you are someone who has like a side, so to speak, and you want to be able to, oh yeah, this ties in with what someone mentioned at the beginning of the stream, right, about Jimmy Kimmel, right? Here's the thing. If you are, you know, a proudly partisan person, which completely within your right, yeah? If you want to abide by the democratic process and you want to make the best case for your partisan politics possible, remember that it's about optics. Remember that at the end of the day, you have to communicate your worldview, your values, your perspective on things, and you have to be able to make it appealing. That's the thing. What I'm observing is that... How do I say this? There is a trap that a lot of people on the left, you know, who identify as left-leaning politically, are falling into when it comes to this framing the response to Kirk's shooting. And an easy example is Kimmel. The thing is, right, because of Kirk's brand, because of what he was known for, what he represented, whether you agree with it or not, at the time of his death, right? Because of the fact that he had become representative in the minds of a lot of people as a guy who was for free speech, right? Even if you don't believe that he embodied free speech. The idea that he is a guy who represented, who advocated for it. And you're going to have to, it's going to be difficult to make your case to other people who aren't extremists if you want to argue otherwise. I'll be honest. If you want to talk about Kimmel getting fired as a free speech issue, you don't also want to make it a partisan issue. If you want to make people getting fired for what they've said about Kirk a free speech issue, you have to keep partisan politics out of it. Because if you do introduce an element of partisan politics, what that does is it signals to your audience to start doing comparing and contrast in their head between the two sides, so to speak. And that's a problem. Because on one side, you have a late night talk show host who, despite being let go of his job, will be able to wipe his tears with $100 bills for the rest of his life, whose ratings were falling even before he got fired. And on the other side, you have a guy who is dead. You're never going to win that battle of optics if you call for partisan politics while simultaneously trying to make this a free speech issue. Because it's not a competition, but it is a comparison. And that comparison makes it very hard for people to get where you're coming from. Especially if you choose to make Kimmel your figurehead. Because he has celebrated other talk show hosts losing their positions before because of politics. It's going to be very difficult to make that, make that your figurehead. Maybe because people still see VTubing even with corpus and CEO talk as not real life. This is a very obvious politics talk and that spooks some people. Yeah, that's fair enough. And again, I understand people don't want to engage with any sort of content that's even remotely political. That's fully within their right. If that's not content you're interested in, I mean, I understand if that's not something you'd want to tune into, especially on this channel. Although I will say that I have talked about things that are politics oriented before. I mean, I did a stream on Me Too, and I did a stream on Australian speech laws last year. So it's not new, but again, if it's not content that you're interested in, that's perfectly fine, right? So, again, it's not a matter of, you have to grieve, you have to mourn Charlie Kirk or else, that's not how it works. But it's just, if you are going to celebrate someone dying because of their opinions, you're going to get pushback. And there's going to be a reason for that pushback. Absolute bro moment. Yeah, probably. Imagine using Jimmy Kimmel of all people to be your main talking point. To be fair, I think that, funnily enough, I think the proportion of people who are going, fire Clara or else, who actually watch Clara, is probably similar to the proportion of people going, oh no, why'd you fire Kimmel, who actually watched Kimmel prior to, complaining. I think the ratios are about similar. Again, I understand having complaints, especially... Actually, don't get me wrong, right? I have seen, FaZe fans, right, express discontent with Clara, what she's been saying on her, with, what the account has been connected with her has been saying on alt, right? But they have not been doing that thing that I showed. They have not been doing this. They haven't been going to, they haven't been shitting up FaZe's posts and replies and the posts from other talents, whatever. At most, they've just said on their own accounts, on like Twitter, that, it's rough. That they don't like the fact that they now know about this. That's pretty much it. I mean, again, if you want your complaint to be seen, you gotta phrase it as if it has an audience, right? I was disappointed Kevin didn't see this coming. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Me too. But, I mean, again, I don't want there to be anything public. I don't want a public acknowledgement. I don't want a public apology. I don't want her to get, terminated publicly or whatever. I just want to be able to believe that behind the scenes, they've had a talk, they've understood that it's going to become a liability if the same thing happens again in the future, especially because people were already watching, right? It's just it wasn't talked about. But now more people are going to be watching, and it is going to be talked about. Like let's be very honest, right? It's the cat's out of the bag, genie's out of the bottle. You're not putting it back in. It's not, and again, it's not even don't talk politics, because I mean, no one has the right to tell you that. It's just don't glow. Just don't glow. It's that simple. Just don't glow on an account that can be connected with your corporate identity. Like, it's fucking stupid when Dragon's Tea does it, and it's stupid when the account that's been connected with Clara does it as well. Yeah, I don't want anyone to be publicly terminated. Yeah. It sends the wrong idea if someone gets terminated over audiences complaining about something. Don't glow, it's hard to ask chairman. I try not to. Also, a little bit of housekeeping. So, basically, like I keep saying, right? One of the things that came to my attention in the aftermath of me doing this stream and me announcing this stream is that not everyone seems to be... I was surprised at how many people were willing to sort of hand wave away shared rules like that. If they end up... every group, including this community, has a set of shared rules that we don't cross, right? Set a boundary that we don't cross, a line we don't cross, a rule that we have to abide by. And for us, in the same way as the civic codes for democratic societies are things like don't use force, don't coerce, don't use coercion, don't use force, don't use violence against someone over a difference in opinion or whatever. The civic codes that we have for these streams, especially the streams where I talk about something contentious or controversial, are the disclaimers that I have at the beginning of all of my streams. If I see behavior that indicates to me that those rules are not going to be taken seriously, then I can't afford to keep you around, because you become a liability to my channel, to my community, to me. Because I need to make sure that the only people who are going to be able to interact with us are people who are capable of abiding by our rules. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Can I get a definition of what it means to glow? Gen X? Okay. Basically, glowing is when you... It's a reference to, I believe, a Terry Davis quote, where he talked about how federal agents would glow in the dark. And glowing basically means to exhibit suspicious behavior. I believe it means to exhibit suspicious behavior, basically to Fed post, right? To do something that would make you seem like a federal agent trying to entrap other people into doing the same. Play the clip? I don't think I will, Lopez. I don't think I will. You don't know? Oh, damn. Okay. But yeah. Play the clip? I will not play the clip. I will not play the clip. Not because they're made of phosphorus. More like an old fogey. It's alright. You're still young. You're still young. If you're Gen X, you're still young. To exhibit typical behavior of... Yeah, exhibit behavior typical of a federal agent trying to get other people in trouble, basically, right? It's basically you saying something inflammatory in the hopes that other people will join in and say something more inflammatory so you can get them for it later. That's what it means when you say that someone's glowing, right? So, when I made the post announcing this stream, right, I put out an announcement in my community tab. By the way, when I directed... Actually, hold on, I'll just read through the entire thing. As part of my content, I try to keep abreast of things that are happening both inside and outside of this industry. Usually because of how VTubing is as a medium, the two are quite separate from one another. However, when it comes to the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk, that does not seem to be the case. To be frank, catching up with some of the discourse surrounding his death this morning has been a very sobering experience. For those who've watched my content for a while, this was more harrowing than the research leading up to my stream on Me Too and Hyperopia last year. Seeing people excuse and or even celebrate his killing has been blackpilling to no end. He was a husband and a father who was publicly executed in front of his family for having the crime of having difficult conversations and being open to debating people with different ideas. Kirk stood for a value that remains fundamental to any other commentator in any niche in any industry, including this one. Now again, you can disagree about, whether he embodied that value or whether you liked the way that he did it, but I don't think it's going to be very easy to dispute the idea that he stood for free speech, right? Kind of sad is actually, yeah. His killing, I do not think something like his killing can or should just be brushed off. I want to be honest with you, so I will, as always, be blunt, at least for the moment, talking about a controversy that only serves to highlight the already apparent flaws in a corpo that has been an industry piñata for the past year feels frivolous and silly. I don't say this out of some misguided belief that talking about one takes eyes away from the other, but rather it wouldn't feel right to me, and I don't want to take up hours of your time with content my heart isn't really in. I apologize to those of you who are looking forward to the Niji Sanji stream happening tomorrow, which has been moved to next week. But personally, as both a commentator and a VTuber fan, doing it now would feel like burying my head in the sand. Lumi is doing a stream tomorrow going through some of the responses to Kirk's assassination from other VTubers tomorrow at 8 PM EST. I have, for a while, gone on about how setting standards in the industry requires shame, stigma, and creation of new incentives. As such, I'll be tuning into her stream and possibly doing a guerrilla discussing the topic sometime next week, in between now and when I push the Niji stream to. I'll also be pinning a link in the comments below to this post. Apologies again for the change in plans, but as always, I appreciate the patience you guys have with me, and I don't take it for granted. This was basically when I directed people towards Lumi's stream that she had. Hold on. See? Yep. Lumi's stream that she had last week, basically going through the examples that I pulled from for this stream. And again, this is because, like I said in the post, I view naming, shaming, and stigmatizing behavior like this as a important part of enforcing standards. More importantly, it is a way of enforcing standards that does not require anything more than speech. Just talking and keeping to your own spaces and in your own platform. Here's the thing. So, like I said before, like I was referencing, there were some people who came in and I think they interpreted my post as if I was saying, like, you know, you should grieve what happened to Kirk or whatever. That's, you know, that's not what I'm saying. For example, A2, who said, I see no reason why I should sympathize/empathize with someone whose rhetoric explicitly says they believe empathy is a fake New Age term. Again, I understand that quote's gotten around a lot, so I understand people don't really, you know, they haven't heard the full context behind that. Why should I give them something that they themselves do not believe in? Likewise, I see no reason to give my sympathy to someone who would never reciprocate if the roles were reversed. I see no reason why this gun death should be given significantly more attention and demanded sympathy and calls for revenge. Against who exactly? The suspect hasn't even been identified yet. Compared to literally any other gun death in the past decade or so, I will not give my joy for his death, nor my anger. I only give my apathy, just like how other gun deaths are treated. And again, this is a fair enough response, right? Because I don't think anyone should blame people for just being apathetic towards a tragedy on the internet. Because, let's be honest, the internet is not a medium that is conducive to empathy, sympathy, or compassion. It's not the right place. It's not a good medium for any of those things. Even if you genuinely do feel it in response to something, it's awkward to try and transmit it over to the intended recipient. So I 100% understand if someone, you know, if someone responds to me bringing up a tragedy by going, yeah, I don't really feel anything. I don't know why I would be expected to feel anything. I just want to reaffirm to you guys, right? When I talk about something bad that's happened, I don't expect you guys to feel sympathetic or empathetic or, you know, compassion towards that. It's perfectly normal if you don't, because this is the internet. And it's very difficult to feel those things over the internet. Yeah, I honestly feel nothing about Kirk, but I can see what's wrong. Yeah, exactly. So in response, I said, I do not ask for your empathy, sympathy, or compassion. This is the internet, and to be blunt, it's a poor medium for any of those things. I have said before that apathy towards tragedies, especially online, is an understandable survival mechanism. Compassion fatigue is very real, and I still stand by that. That said, my post was neither a call nor demand for any of those things, but a recognition of the fact that some are not merely apathetic towards Kirk's killing, but smug, celebratory, or calling for more. It is not apathy that I have an issue with, but rather the enthusiasm for violence, especially towards mere commentators, and especially over disagreements in beliefs and opinions. This, I believe, should be stigmatized, and that was the point of my post. Now, in response to this, another user by the name of Andreas971 popped up and replied saying, "You have engaged fairly, so I'll ask for a minute of your time. I've watched most of your streams. You have often covered controversies, especially when it comes to VTubing and corporations or independents saying things that have bad consequences. You have, for example, covered drama tubers and how often they not only get stuff wrong, but the stuff they get wrong has actual damage, be it reputational or otherwise." Like, after reading that point, it's already kind of, okay. But it's the next part that kind of raised an eyebrow for me. Saying that people are quote-unquote mere commentators, I think is the wrong thing for you to say. As someone in your specific content niche, you know that media commentators and media in general has large effect on society, large effect on groups of people, and that is why it is important for media standards to exist and the like. Even if you acknowledge that the death is wrong and that people should not be cheering for it, for fairness' sake, I do not think you should downplay Kirk's own actions either, especially since he has been enthusiastic and called for violence before, when his rhetoric has been extremely vile. You know that these things when said affect people and audiences. Ah yes, the classic, he spoke and made me violent. But this is like an example of what I mean when I talk about the I don't condone violence, but like, this is just a wordier version of that, a more roundabout way of saying that. And again, in the context of me saying mere commentators do not deserve death for expressing an opinion, right? And then going, oh, saying that people are mere commentators is the wrong thing for you to say. I will be charitable, and I will assume that is, you know, he misinterpreted what I'm saying to mean that, you know, he took it as me saying that, you know, commentators are mere because no one takes them seriously. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they are mere commentators because public execution is not a punishment that we reserve for fucking commentators. public execution is something that we reserve for things like, you know, serial rapists and pedophiles, not fucking debate bros who go around to colleges and talk to people there. Like, even if you think he's the worst bigot and racist imaginable, even if he was every bit the homophobe and transphobe that people say he is, that still doesn't mean he deserves to die. Because it's fucking speech. That's it. You know, it is quite ironic that the US government is currently trying to usher in hate speech laws when in actuality Kirk was a very staunch advocate against hate speech laws because of how they could be abused to suppress any sort of speech. But yeah, they've been screaming speech is violence for a decade now. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the problem. That's why I draw that distinction between, you know, saying something and actually taking an action. That's why I make a very clear distinction between someone saying something and, you know, getting shot or condoning other people going out and shooting other people who disagree with you. Now, because I ended up sending people to Lumi's stream with Zan, like I said, you also got some people going, like, you know, why are you directing your fans to a cancel culture stream? You're acting weird, dude. Again, I understand the objections to the mechanism. I don't think, you know, I don't think it's, you know, wrong for someone to question that. I don't think it's wrong for someone to express they disagree with that. That's perfectly fine, right? And for the record, if you disagree with me on something and you want to express that in the comments or whatever, I'm not going to ban you for that. I haven't even banned people who have, you know, accused me of being, you know, whatever, XYZ in my comments either, right? If I think that it is worth refuting, I will do it. But you're not going to be banned for that. However, as you will probably notice, Andreas is no longer showing up in that particular comment section. I'll get to the reason in a second. In reply to this, another person, Steve69, says, I hate this same as you, but there is a point. They are showing the worst of people in VTuber culture. We don't know them. We never search for them, but they are there. Consider this a lesson in human experience. Which is kind of similar to the explanation that I would have given, but again, it's exactly what I said in my post, right? I believe in establishing deterrence. I believe in establishing incentives in order to deter certain forms of behavior, and as a substitute for any sort of stronger protest, I believe in naming, shaming, and stigma, because those are tools. And I think that if those are tools that are used to discourage violence and the justification of violence, I think that's objectively a good thing. So, yeah. Your whatever WXYZ, does the W make it worse or better? That's what I'm saying. And then the same guy pops up and says, "We already know that shitty VTubers exist. Let's not pretend that let's not pretend this is about that, especially since there are now multiple VTubers calling for revenge and retaliation. Things that Armchair seemingly disagreed with, and even things that the stream didn't call out." Now that is just a straight up lie. Because one of the examples that Lumi did go through is Dragon's Tea. It was glowing because he kept saying, fight fire with fire. You know, we need to retaliate in the exact same way. And she made it very clear that that's not the kind of rhetoric that should be tolerated. That deserves stigma as well, right? If somebody's glowing on main, especially glowing on corporate, that's not how you approach this. That was pretty clear. So that's already pretty dishonest. But then, you know, there's no point other than harassment. A point can be made with the censoring of names. Yes, you can make a point while censoring names, but you can't establish a stigma while censoring names, and that's the point. That's what I said in my post. It's about shame and stigma. Not censoring names while collating them into a Google document is a clear indication the document is supposed to be used, and it was used as an archival tool, as a tool to facilitate that shame and stigma. It was not used to harass people, but it was used in order to have that collection of examples ready to go. Yeah, I talked about that so people didn't say I was being one-sided. It's a valid example, right? It's just, again, I find what T-Man said to be just as exasperating as the account that's been connected with Clara. Like, why? Why would you do that? Can you and Armchair not treat people like they were stupid? The fact that we watch his videos should indicate that we understand what is happening. This is the thing, right? One of the things that I couldn't understand is why this guy was pretending like it was some sort of like nefarious scheme that I had in order to covertly do something and pull a fast one on you guys. When I said in my post what this was about, like this is about shame and stigma. Like it's pretty explicit there. Attempting to continue debate and discuss with these people politely would be like sheep trying to welcome wolves after they've repeatedly attacked and killed sheep. The fact that they're celebrating the guy who was open for debate being killed should be a good indicator that they don't want to peacefully live among us. This is one of the most upvoted comments on that video that Armchair's linked everyone. Do you think we cannot see what is happening? What this list is going to be used for? I thought Armchair was better than this. I thought wrong. By the way, if anyone ever uses the phrase, I thought X was better than this, that's almost certainly a sign that you're a tourist, right? If you're coming into my streams and you're going, oh, why are you naming, shaming, and stigmatizing things? I thought you were against that. You are almost certainly someone who has not watched my streams. But this particular comment that Andreas has pointed out, right? Attempting to continue a debate and discuss with these people politely would be like sheep trying to welcome wolves after they've repeatedly attacked and killed sheep. Are they wrong? They're not talking about everyone. They're talking specifically, when they say these people, they're talking about people who are celebrating the fact that Charlie got killed. And if they identify with Charlie's beliefs, or even if they think that Charlie was more moderate than them, no shit they're going to assume that the people who are celebrating Charlie's death would want theirs as well. And you can't coexist with that. That is a fact. That's not, that's not some sort of political statement. That is a fact. If someone wants you dead, you'd be a fool to think that you could coexist with them. The fact that they're celebrating a guy who was open for debate being killed, and again, this is about the whole understanding, not, putting aside for a second how you view someone and understanding what they appeared like to others who think differently from you. Theory of mind is crucial for understanding why people are behaving the way that they are. Super Iron Bob, thank you for the 5. I thought you were better than this. Scarling, thank you for the 5. I fight for the Footstool right to hear the chairman sneeze for Taskaroo reasons. Never, never you live under a dictatorship, and I will enforce that with an iron fist. Because it involves pulling up the video and providing the full context, and you have to do that times 9,001. Yeah, pretty much. Also the both sides thing, yeah. Again, the reason why I don't believe in the both sides thing is because it has basically become this sort of this compelled speech shorthand for, oh, look at how unbiased and impartial I am. Well, it's like, no shit. Of course, there's going to be bias. That's the whole point. Right? Not once in any of my streams have I ever tried to say that my stream should be exempt from the very same tools that I give to you guys to evaluate the content that you watch elsewhere. If you have tools, use them, right? That's the point. And if you use them while watching my streams, that's good. I hope that you guys aren't coming here expecting like a perfectly unbiased, completely neutral and impartial, the equivalent of an AI overlord evaluating a situation, right? Because that's not how it works. I'm human, right? But what I do expect, because of the fact that, I do the kind of content that I do, is I've given you guys the tools in order to be proactive viewers, like I keep saying, like I said a while ago, the people who have actually watched my streams, right? Be proactive viewers who are capable of taking what I say, absorbing it, and then, rather than digesting it completely wholesale, going and comparing with other people talking about the same things as you please, right? I don't assume you guys are retarded, basically. So you may not have opinions. I know, right? That's crazy. Kieran, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh, congratulations on getting... oh, wait, actually, hold on. Let me see. Congratulations on getting sniped, Burbo. Zodiac-kun, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. Fist, do you have limbs? Oh my. I know, very surprising. If someone claims they are wholly unbiased or impartial, they are lying. Yeah, exactly. Again, in the same way that I'm not going to compel someone to say, oh, I mourn Charlie Kirk, or oh, it's so sad that he's gone, or whatever. I'm not going to compel anyone else's speech, but I'm also going to say that, it's pretty stupid if you try to compel me to say something as well, right? Going both sides is pretty besides the point. But, yeah. How bold of you not to assume that. But yeah, again, the whole point of this is I give you guys one opinion among many to evaluate amongst yourselves, and I give you guys the tools to evaluate it. So, on top of that, right, this, I want to make it clear, this is all stuff that made me think, okay, yeah, this is probably someone that I'm not going to engage with that seriously because it doesn't seem like they're arguing in good faith. But this is not like a bannable offense, right? I want to make that clear. If this is what you're doing, I'm not going to waste my time responding to all of your attempts at bait, right? But I'm not going to ban you for it either. Now, the reason why this user is banned, though, is because of what happened after I made my formal Twitter announcement about this, which is I'm about to make an investment in the future of my channel and my industry. I'm going to do it by stating clearly and resolutely that violence cannot be tolerated. However, I'm going to go one step further by saying that violence cannot be incentivized. In order for there to be any sort of communal space or endeavor, any community, or society, there must exist a set of shared rules to govern conduct. Ugh. Holy shit. Yeah, no. I had to. This guy kept. He kept going on for like the entire day afterwards. In VTubing, there must exist a shared set of rules to govern conduct. In VTubing, much like any other online space, one of these fundamental rules is that no matter what disagreements, conflict, or hang-ups you have with another person, violence, threats, or violence are not acceptable. But incentives for violence exist. Notoriety, infamy, and asspats from fellow extremists are but a few of the things that might encourage people to break this code. So in order to lend weight to discouragement of violence and the enforcement of rules that discourage it, acts of violence must lose their incentives as well. The celebration of violence must be shamed and stigmatized alongside acts of it, and those, not just those who celebrate it, but those who would seek to excuse and or outright defend it as well. Kirk's killing was not the first time that we have seen Polizbergs in VTubing celebrating the prospect of an ideological opponent being publicly executed. However, what was uniquely disturbing was seeing how many people were willing to say something along the lines of, I don't support violence but, followed by some serpentine permutation of, and this is why he had it coming. These, I also believe, should be shamed and stigmatized. These two groups of people aside, though, even among my own audience, some may find the reaction to Kirk's death and those celebrating and or excusing it disorienting in scope and intensity. This stream is for you. Don't worry, I'm not going to demand that you or anyone else join in on anything, but I'm going to do my best to explain where this is all coming from. This isn't about politics, it's about culture. More specifically, it's about what is deemed culturally acceptable conduct towards people whose ideas and opinions you disagree with. Even more than that, it's about the mechanisms that people use to preserve and enforce rules in a community or any other shared space. If you've ever wanted to keep a space for just yourself and your fans, if you've ever wanted to just be left alone, if you want all of this to stop, this stream will probably have something in it for you. Waiting room below, etc., etc. Master N, good night. Hope you have a nice rest. And then he pops up again saying, I will watch, but I have to note how weird it is that you are yourself engaging in behaviors that you have once either seemingly condemned and called out, especially directing people to a compiled Google Drive of people to be harassed. And this is when, again, I basically responded by saying the purpose is not harassment. The purpose is not harassment. I resent the implication. Basically just, ignoring your attempt at misrepresenting my character, content, and intentions. I've always been against harassment, but I've never been against shame or stigma. In fact, if you have actually watched and internalized my content, I refer to both shame and stigma multiple times as necessary tools in enforcing codes of conduct in shared spaces. Taboos exist for a reason. Taboos against violence and calls for violence exist for a very important reason. You imply that the act of archiving, compiling, and shaming those celebrating political violence is automatically done with the intention of promoting harassment towards those named. No. Those disclaimers that I and Lumi have at the beginnings of our streams are not just for show. They are, themselves, a shared code of conduct. They are an agreement that no matter how vile the subject may be, we do not touch the poo and get our own hands dirty. When I talk about a VTuber CEO who stole tens of thousands from their talents and or who has been accused of abusing them in the workplace, that's not a license to hound them in their Twitter replies or Fed post about them on Maine. When I talk about a government official who's pushing for policies that would potentially see my entire country doxxed, that is not a license to call for them to be harmed or to send threats via email. And any who call themselves members of our communities will abide by our codes. Any who don't abide by our codes are automatically expelled and excluded from our communities. That's the point. We cannot tolerate those willing to hand-wave away fundamental shared rules to govern conduct so long as the subject in question is arbitrarily judged to be evil or divisive enough. That is what you are doing when you attempt to justify acts of political violence in a supposedly democratic society. To imply or insist that those who neither abide by our rules nor listen to our instructions somehow represent us is deeply and obviously disingenuous. Don't think that I don't notice that you in my community posts on YouTube engaging in the exact kind of sophistry I outlined in my original post. Commentators are not mere in this case because no one takes them seriously. Commentators are mere because public execution is not how you enforce quote-unquote media standards in a democratic society. But the main thing that ended up getting this guy banned was because of this. The hypocrisy of your claims is outstanding. You claim that you making a do not harass disclaimer isn't for show, something I agree with. Then turn around and claim that anyone who disclaims that murder is bad but also points out that Charlie had shitty views is to be shamed. I do hope you notice the inconsistency in these views as both serve the same purpose. Again, these are tweets that are written before I've ever streamed anything. And just based purely off of what I said in my Twitter posts and in the fucking community post on YouTube. And none of which I have mentioned anything about anything about people who are merely saying that they don't agree with Charlie's views or that they think his views are shit. That's not what that was about. Which allows them to act out in the actions of the person company being talked about, but you want the same behavior shamed. Second of all, both you and I know the do not harass disclaimers are just for show, unless the shame and exclude... Both you and I know that the do not harass disclaimers are just for show unless the shame and exclude part of the punishments is implemented. Again, if you're going to say you claim that you making a do not harass disclaimer isn't for show, something I agree with, and then you say, you and I both know the do not harass disclaimers are just for show unless... You're not going to do a great job at convincing me that you're arguing in good faith, whatever it is you are trying to say, right? You were in Lumi's stream, you can see the comments under it, tell me where is the shame and punishment part. This is why he got banned. Because if I see anyone who views the do not harass disclaimers as just window dressing, that tells me that you're not going to take him seriously. You're probably going to hand-wave them away if you think you have a good enough reason not to abide by them. That makes you a liability to this community, to my channel, to me. That's why, if I see something like this, you're getting banned. This guy was banned in preceding this stream, along with a bunch of the other people that I saw hounding FaZe in their replies. Because... if you're going to engage in that kind of behavior, you're probably not going to abide by my instruction, which is don't touch the poo, no matter how controversial or divisive what we're talking about is. That is a fundamental rule. When I put those warnings at the beginning of stream, they're not just, oh, I'm not responsible for anything. They are a commitment. They are a rule. A rule that everyone in this community shares. And if you think you're exempt from it because the rules are just, they're just for show, I'm not going to keep you around here. And so, out of curiosity, I wanted to see what he was referring to when he talked about, comments in Lumi's stream that were supposedly calling for violence as well or whatever. And he just links to the same one, which is, Multiple people still in the comments and in the chat did not hide that they wanted to retaliate and they were calling for retaliation. This is very openly calling for retaliation, especially bringing up Sam Hyde, who also recently called for violence and revenge. No, he didn't. What is he talking about? The most recent thing that Sam Hyde has released is This Is You, that, you know, the hour-long show that he did recently. And there are multiple points in that video where he explicitly says, don't do something stupid. Right? He tells his audience, you know, don't do anything rash. Be cautious, you know. Be reserved. That's not what he says at all. And then, of course, it links to the same comment under Lumi's stream. But then this person is replying saying, they really, you know, we can't coexist with these people. They don't want to live peacefully among us. And then the person who's replying saying, they really don't. Remember that one Sam Hyde quote? For reference, the Sam Hyde quote that this guy is referring to is, when we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. That's the Sam Hyde quote. That's not calling for violence. That's just it's just true. It's just true. And again, if you're going to engage in this kind of bad faith arguing, right? If you're just going to fish for gotchas, I'm not going to engage with that. But if you give any indication that those obligations that I have at the beginning of stream, right? If you think that the disclaimers that I put are just window dressing, if you behave in a manner that tells me you're not going to abide by that rule, you're going to be banned. That's how it works. So, for any who are wondering as to why his comments disappeared from the community post, this is why. And this is, again, I don't think anyone who watches my content is going to need that much of a reminder about, you know, this particular rule, right? But again, it is there for a reason. It's not just there for show. If you don't take it seriously, I can't have you around, right? But I can't believe the ghost of Kiev said that. Yeah. I mean, that pretty much sums up everything that I wanted to talk about for this stream. Thank you for tuning in to this rather unexpected pivot in topic. I understand that it's not everyone's cup of tea, but if it is something that you have enjoyed or you found in any way informative, I hope that, well, I appreciate you sticking around and giving me your time. Thank you for your generosity as well. Hold on, let me switch over to the Ed Hort screen. Okay. Just need to make sure that this isn't one of those screens where I don't have my my audio sources inserted. You are sent to another person's stream if you don't poop in the house. Exactly, right? I'm a bad gamer. Thank you for the €2. Full HD portable outdoor movie projector. I hope so. I hope so. Even if Sam Hyde meant violence, how exactly Sam words your responsibility? Yeah, exactly. It's basically just a whole bunch of whataboutisms and stuff like that. The guy was ranting about Kirsha in the replies as well. And it's just like, holy fuck, the Fox derangement syndrome never ends. It is insane. I'm starting to believe that Kirsha might actually be some sort of SCP. Hold on, let me see if I've missed any supers or members. Did learn something to say at least. Thank you for the stream, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being forward. So I saw that you were, expressing your concerns as well in the community post, Ran. I appreciate you being forward with that as well. And the fact that you were willing to, stick around for the stream and just see what I had to say as well. It might sound like something basic, but I appreciate it regardless. Let me just see. I think I've got most of them. Sai, thank you for being a footstool for 9 months. Holy shit. It's a boy. Hold on, let me see. I think I've gotten all the others. I reacted this way. Both sides were cynical about it. Scully McAlora, thank you for the 3. Both sides were cynical about it. Yep. I can understand a little. Oh wait, no, I've already read that out. Streams the threat off. See. I think I've gotten through. Oh, Billy, thank you for the thank you for being a footstool for 14 months. Why would John Palatcher do this? I just wanted to play video games. People who are sick of Charlie's death cheering. Yeah, because it's like you push people to a certain point, right? That's what I mean when I say that. A lot of people try to say that culture is politics, or etc. etc. But the reason why that is a useful deflection is because, like I said, politics is just about power. Culture and culture, ideology, rhetoric, aesthetic, morality and ethics, all of those are simply different components, different mechanisms that people leverage in order to attain, maintain, and exercise power. And the thing is, when people say, oh, politics is culture and culture is politics, what they're actually saying is, I want to take over this mechanism of power, and that's it, right? It's not even to do with a partisan position. That's just what it is. It's an exercise in obtaining, maintaining, exercising power. And that's the thing, right? A lot of people are taught to think of politics as, this manifestation of morality, virtue, ideology, culture, etc., etc. And it is all of these things. But that's the point. It's all of these things. No one of these things is enough to define what politics as a concept is. Because all of these things are ultimately just tools in the context of politics. Joey K, thank you for being a footstool for 4 months. Good day, chat. Oh wait, I've already read that out. Master Ren, did you? Oh wait, no, it reset itself, I think. Okay, I think I've gotten through all of the super chats and members. Other way around is politics that's downstream of culture. Oh, what is this? Culture is downstream. Oh yeah. No, the saying goes the other way around, right? Macarius, thank you for being a footstool for 14 months. Thank you for the stream, chairman. Thank you for showing up. Thanks for sticking around for so many of my streams and sticking around for so long as well. Alright. I am going to see if there is any indie streaming at the moment. I don't think I need to tell you guys, but obviously when you land in the raid, don't bring what we were just talking about there. Not least because it's fucking depressing. Shelter, everything is political, is a special kind of brain rot. Yeah, I agree. True apoliticism is just recognizing that politics is just about power and not really anything else in particular. Oh, actually, we're gonna do something a little unusual. We're not gonna raid a VTuber, we're gonna raid a Clipper. We're gonna raid Pontiff of Ponwolf. Or Scoots. I hope you guys give him a hello. Hope you guys check him out. Give him a. I would love if you were if you're an Irie head and you don't know about Pontiff of Ponwolf. I highly recommend checking out his clips. Makes excellent Irie clips. And yeah, no, please, if you like hags, give his channel a little bit of a look-see, and I'll be sending you over there. He's still asking for feet. Alright. Yeah. He sounds familiar? Yeah, he's Irie's Clipper. Yeah, it's not about lives or benefits. Politics is just about playing power. Yeah, pretty much. Did I miss a super chat? Hold on. My screen is freezing up again. First thing I'm saying is Chairman is a tyrant anti-tasker. Look, you'll grow to love it. Not because you have a choice, but because, well, it's your only choice. But in any case, thank you again for tuning in, you guys. I'm going to have, hopefully, all things universe willing, God willing, we're going to be doing the Niji stream next week. I'm going to be going over the how the whole PR process of handling a corporate scandal, what factors feed into how that evolves over time, and pretty much. But yeah, hope to see you guys next week. Formal announcement. Well, I mean, the formal announcement I already made last week, but it's pretty much there. You guys know I'll be posting one onto Twitter sometime tomorrow. Timestamps will be going up later today for this stream, and I will see you guys in the next one. Otsu chair. Oh wait, shit. Hold on. Let me get to this. Super Iron Bob, thank you for the 5. Support the dumb wolf. She's cute. I agree. Please give her money so that her neck stops killing her. All right. Otsu chair.